Hello guys, welcome to Expert Clash Part 10 for Dawn of War Vanilla 1.2. Watching games played by top rated players back in the early days. The game we see today were played in January 2005. Already covered a lot of games from Vanilla. A lot more to come, as well as for Winter Assault, Dark Crusade, and later on for Soulstorm, of course. We'll try to bring and cover as many players as possible from Dawn of War 1. First game for today on Meeting of Minds. We'll see a lot of games from one guy today, more from Charlie, Pink, and a few others. One guy playing his main race here in the left against Estel, a familiar name for those who watched the previous parts for Expert Clash. Also mains works here on the right. Starts with double banner. We could call this unstandard. The standard one for works will be banner and generator. The mech is out. This is basically an anti-rush opening, you could name it, for Orks. Well, Chaos is known for their early game, all-ins as well as Space Marines, so maybe those two banners will be necessary early on to reinforce the boys. Might be. One guy very highly ranked, definitely in top 5, probably above 1800 MMR in Vanilla, maybe close to 1900 or more even. Something in that range. He opened with Raptors through Chaos Armory and Generator. Only one squad of Raptors, won't use them for offense, it seems, only defending for now. Oh boy, and look at how many works are marching towards the Chaos base. I see now why he needed 2 banners, he's almost at 30 limit. Reinforcing a lot of boys here and will go aggressively into Chaos base. Nice one, Orks. Here a heretic running for his life, and somehow he manages to escape on 1 HP. Ran through all these works unnoticed by the boys. I wonder how did he manage. That's something really unique. Only a squad of Raptors, and I see one guy also will add grenade launchers on the cultists. Cultists with grenades deal a lot of damage to the boys. If they've got no armor, cultists are a big threat. However, Chaos does not have the numbers in here. A squad of boys almost dying, and even cultists in close combat will deal with this Slugger boy squad, plus there was another cultist squad dealing damage in range. Very painful. Grenade launchers early game. Again, one guy, the top rated Chaos player. At that time the games were played. Will he manage to hold this Ork aggression? So far does not look so good for the Orks. Estel invested a lot in the boys, and the damage they dealt wasn't worth it, really. He tried to destroy that LP1 and didn't even manage. And so Estel holds, loses the rush. He cannot pull it off too well. One guy manages to hold very well. Estel definitely did not expect the grenade launchers from the cultists, probably, and did not expect the raptors. This Ork opening might have worked against raw Chaos Marine squads without armory. A very good hold here from one guy. Just had enough time to get to those cultists with grenades, and also the Chaos Lord got out. Thankfully the map is big enough, played in his favor. Performing rushes on this map is not easy. You have to lose a lot of time until you get to the enemy base, so by that time your opponent could be prepared for such aggression. Let's see to what now Estel will transition from that fail rush. I'd already say he lost. So much requisition in vain was thrown in here. Nothing was destroyed for Chaos. Maybe a few cultists died and that's it. One guy manages to hit tier 2 also, with a very low economy somehow. Gets a Chaos Marine squad out. Still looks like he's got all the cultists alive. No, he lost a squad of cultists perhaps. Yeah, that's probably all that he's lost, a squad of cultists, while Ork lost everything. The big mech is back to life into the Chaos base now. I guess he wanted only to scout, saved the jump for escape. Still knows he cannot fight right now. Gets a Stormboy squad out. Currently Chaos army much stronger, but they can't really go in. They would get stopped by the Ork buildings, I guess. Chaos Lord is not full HP, so he cannot go in aggressively right now. So he better waiting for those predators, I guess, and then can attack for sure. No need to be greedy. There's a huge storm outside. I hope you won't hear it, it's quite loud. Hopefully my power won't go off. The recording gets corrupted if computer shuts down, so I lose the progress. Work here hitting tier 2. Gets the Mad Dog out. Two squads of Storm Boys, Shooter Boys now, Mad Dog attached to the shooters. And Estel still has to defend, not ready yet to fight. He realizes Ork. He realizes the Chaos also became a lot more powerful in the meantime. So can't go in just yet. Has to scout first with that mech and see what Chaos got in there. Well, the big mech alone in here will definitely lose. Too many heretics. The Chaos Lord alone would handle the big mech, so Estel has to retreat. I guess a Chaos Predator about to get out in there, one of the best vehicles in vanilla, I guess. I'd say even better than Fire Prisms, except they do not disrupt stuff. The DPS, however, and the resilience on the vehicle is insane. And there he goes with a tank in front, as it should be done. Not much anti-vehicle here from Orks. Estel added the big shooters on the shooter boys. He cannot add the rocket launchers as an anti-vehicle option, so he will need more squads with boys. Storm boys got reinforced. I guess they can defeat that Raptor squad easily, even without the Nob leaders, although they have the Nob leaders as well. Big mech without the custom blaster yet. That's his upgraded ranged weapon, which requires 80 war population cap for work in order to research it. A very powerful weapon though, if Orks can get to that phase. A must-have indeed. One guy knowing Ork have nothing but anti-infantry for now sends his Predator in. Okay, a squad of shooter boys now received those rockets launchers. Predator will have to be more careful and keep the range now. Counter-attack here in tier 2.5 from one guy, trying to assault that Ork base. A lot of boys in here, however, won't be easy for one guy to breach through the Ork forces. Might even lose this fight eventually. Estel jumps in with a big mech. Custom gadget research is there, but he cannot stun that Predator. It keeps dealing the damage. Raptors jumping in with their aspiring champions also. However, we've got 3 banners in here also dealing damage. Not upgraded yet, the DPS is not so high. Not a big threat for the Chaos infantry here. And now with the coming of the second Chaos Predator, this is becoming a problem for the Ork. Only a squad of shooter boys with the anti-vehicle. Not enough anti-vehicle, and now the Raptors with their rage enabled even move faster and deal more damage. What a nice attack in here from Chaos. I guess he can get through these 3 banners now easily. Most of the Ork infantry has been obliterated. The big mech left as the only tanking commander in here can win some time. Good micro here from one guy, keeping his tanks alive. Sends it to repair perhaps. Very well done. And now the Chaos Marine squad also receiving the anti-vehicle weapons, the missile launchers in case Estel would bring out some war trucks or war tracks. Even the Predators, both Predators and the Chaos Marine infantry will be able to deal with those work vehicles if they ever get out. Very well played from one guy. A good infantry combination along with the Predators. He had like everything in this game, combined the units very well. What a nice game from Chaos. Loved it. Yeah, he used everything. He used Raptors, Chaos Marines, cultists with grenade launchers. And even vehicles. Well, he did not use the defilers only, I believe, and no rhinos. In vanilla, the rhino transports were considered weak. There was only one spot inside the rhino for one squad, and it also took more time for a squad of infantry to get inside the rhino. a lot more pathing. You basically have to waste a lot of time to only get inside that Rhino transport. I guess it still was a somewhat okay option for team games, for larger maps like 4v4s and 3v3s. However, not so popular in 1v1s. The only transportation vehicle I've seen was the Falcon from the Eldar. That's because it also deals nice damage, and of course War Truck from the Orks, a very good anti-infantry vehicle, which can also transport the boys. However, it was only used as a fighting vehicle, not for boys transportation. Another assault attempt here from Chaos, attacking from the left now. Still having a hard time holding the Ork attacks on this side, I mean the Chaos attacks. Now with a few more squads equipped with the rocket launchers. 3 squads of anti-vehicle now. I guess that might be enough to deal with the Predators, if they manage to survive, of course. The Raptors, in fact, might not allow them to deal the damage even. While the relic is down, one guy will go once again towards the right, the lower right side of the map, and attack in there. A war track, 2 war tracks now out from Estel. Finally sees where the Chaos Infantry is, and we'll move on. Maybe we'll try to flank this Chaos Infantry in there. And another slaughter begins now with 3 Predators in here. They focused the war tracks first, it got destroyed really quick. The Predators were very effective against vehicles. Even the fire prisms would stand no chance against a Chaos Predator. And once again, one guy with superior infantry in here and vehicles manages to easily win the fight. GG gets called. Well, Estel was set back by his initial attack. And Estel is asking for a rematch. I guess we will watch that rematch right after this. Very well played from one guy. Held both the rush very well, despite having a somewhat tech opening. Fast tier 1.5, fast Raptor squads. And of course the map also played to his advantage. Rushes don't really work in here, simply because it takes a lot of time for the aggressor to get to the other side. Very nice game from Chaos. Kills a lot more Orks, something we're used to by now. The boys die in big numbers in all the games. $3,000 more resources also, almost. Not a big deal economy-wise, I guess. Ork mostly messed up with his rush. It did not pay off at all, was a big waste. I guess the only reason why game went on for so long is because one guy did not counterattack right away. I guess he could have counterattacked, There were only LP1s on Orks. He could have tried to harass those LP1s from the Ork with the Raptors. Anyway, that was not necessary in order to win the game. Jumping into game 2, the rematch between these two, Estel and one guy, now on Tainted pair. The map getting popular now in the video series. A lot of games in here already. In the lower right, we've got one guy, Zeno, probably the team name. Slain also was part of this team. Zeno as well as Maverick, the Eldar player, which we watched in the previous Expert Clash parts.
We will serve you, and in return, grant us the power of the
In the upper left, Estel with Orks. Once again he opens through double war banner. Well, maybe the Ork rush on this map could be a lot more effective. Let's see what he will do. It could be a lot more effective, but the boys in here also have to capture a lot more points, so the boys will stay busy for a longer period until they can go into attack. So it might not get right to the early rushes. I guess one guy might have sufficient time to get prepared for an Ork all-in here as well. Opens almost identically, yeah. The same identical opening as in the... No. This time he made the Chaos Lord first, I see. Probably safer than Fast Raptors. However, Fast Raptors would have jumped into the action right away. Maybe try and decap some points, delay Orks' economy a bit. Would force that big mech to hunt the Raptors instead of going towards the Chaos base now. Well, he is no threat in here. The Chaos Lord can deal with the mech easily in the early game. Big mech without the boys can't really win any tier 1 commander. Maybe he has a chance against the Farseer, but still not sure. Farseer's Mind War is very painful. Estel in here getting the forward points first, does not get these two closer to the base. He can take them afterwards, they are easier to get. And he is getting quickly a very big portion of the map, much better map control already compared to Chaos. Yeah, only 3 points, 4 points controlled by one guy. 5 controlled by the Orks. I guess this will be the 5th one. No Raptors on this map. Chaos Marine squad was trained. Now they are much easier to fight for the Slugger boys compared to the Raptor squad. But still, with the aid of the grenade launches from the cultists, Chaos Marines with some nice micro would be a good option still. A squad of shoot-up boys in here killed. Bad start for Estel once again, also loses this LP1. And now the map control getting about the same for the players. Estel building the 3rd banner, probably wants to rush into those war tracks. Does not reinforce a lot of boys now. No need for Ork all in after it failed so badly in the previous game. But I believe it would have worked a lot better on this map if he done it here. Should have tried.
Show me the enemy.
Grenade launchers, truly painful for the work boys. Light infantry. It's probably a light infantry or it has ridiculously low amounts of HP. Until they get the armor upgrade, and the no bleeders, they die like flies. Oh, now that was a bad generator placement from Estel, a greedy build up in there. Did not want to go to the base. Wanted to win some time, finish up the generator faster, but as a result now he will lose it. One guy goes into this dead end, not afraid of the Orks. The big mech is here, he gets slowed by the Chaos Lord, and if he's got no jump, he is a dead man. Has the jump and manages to escape. In the meantime, one guy hits tier 2. Very well played. He does not reinforce infantry in big amounts. Instead he makes very few squads, but upgrades stuff for them and is keeping them alive. And slowly transitions into tier 2. Very nice. Ork is also tier 2 by now. He is ahead in tech in fact, but lower economy. 68 to 10. Forgot about this point by the look of it. Yeah, a huge mistake from the Ork in here. Should have captured this long ago, and this one as well. Now we're gonna see if one guy will handle the war tracks properly. For now he's got no anti-vehicle. Okay, he equipped some missile launchers on the Chaos Marines.
Yes, master.
This one might get equipped with the missile launchers. Well, it must, because the war track is here. Getting heavily focused, is still jumping right into that anti-vehicle squad. Does not want to receive damage from it. One war track down. That's why you need 2 squads, preferably, or more with the anti-vehicle. Big mech without the jump, and the Ork commander dies. The boys in here without the commander are dead meat. They can't last for long without the mech around. And I bet one guy would hold this position into the heavy cover and deal with these war tracks. Yeah, most of the Ork infantry already dead. And so one guy manages to hold this Ork attack. Attempt to rush into the war tracks. Looks like it failed. Terribly low economy for the Ork, 74 to 40 at the 10th minute. Not so much better for Chaos, but higher income on requisition. He doesn't really need power, considering he's only made infantry stuff. And I believe all this infantry is still killable if Estel will produce like 5-6 war tracks and attack with all of them at once. Focusing the anti-vehicle squads first, and then killing the remainder of the Chaos army might still be doable. However, Estel only has 3 war tracks for now, not ready to go in. Produces more of them. Heretics in here basically banging at Orks' door and forces Estel to go in ahead of time, probably unprepared. Could wait no longer. A squad of Storm Boys also was produced, jumped in and obliterated within seconds. Did that mech jump in here or walk? I missed. He probably jumped, and without jump now he would definitely die. Yeah, very bad fight once again for the Ork. He does not use all the war tracks at once, sends them in one by one and lost another 2 of them. Very good holds so far by one guy. Some micro mistakes and macro mistakes from the Ork player. Did not get the relic, did not get this point very close to his base. I bet he overlooked it, or maybe he did not play on this map a lot. Didn't even see the point next to his base, I don't know what's the reason behind ignoring it for so long. Much better map control for Chaos, a lot more points controlled. Doesn't really need that relic. Could even try and go get that point in there. A lot of Chaos Marines, mostly no vehicles from Chaos this time. Doesn't have enough power. Now if he sits in this heavy cover, I guess no matter how many Orks will jump in here, Chaos will still win. Another attempt to go in here, big mech jumps. Not enough forces to tie up all the anti-vehicle squads for Orks. Big mech about to die again. Chaos Lord gets also... no, he's not getting focused right now. And another fail attack from Estel. Very good hold from one guy, yeah. And some terrible mistakes from Estel as well this time. He probably played even worse compared to the previous game. Ignoring the strategic points like that when it sits right next to your base, that's a crucial mistake, not really acceptable. And the Ork needs every bit of requisition they can get. A very expensive race. Advancing in tech costs a lot more requisition compared to other races for Orks. So ideally they must get the strategic points at the half, their half of the map ASAP, and upgrade a few points. Either that or go for all-ins to finish the game faster. In the long run, if you play with a low econ on Ork, it's very difficult to win. Yeah, nothing Estel can do in here. Desperately overextending now. One final attempt, jumps in with 2 Storm Boys, goes in with a big mech. But the Chaos forces are too strong by now. Nothing will stop them here. Even the cultists can finish off the Storm Boys in close combat and even range. Powerful stuff in here from one guy. Solid play on chaos. No mistakes basically. And still wins another rematch. Well, perhaps we'll see more games between these two in the future. But for now I guess that was... these were the only two. At least for the start. Finally we'll see more chaos in this part. As I've previously said, a lot of games from one guy. Hopefully he will play chaos mostly. I know later on he will also switch to other races. He will play Eldar, Space Marines and Orks also at high level. Not so one-sided when we look at the units killed, however in terms of map control and economy, one guy was miles ahead. No chances for the Orks. Kinda one-sided, both games unfortunately. Wasn't boring, however. Getting started with game 3 in here. Charlie in the upper side on Battle Marshes, the upper position, playing versus InSANE, the almighty Eldar player. Very strong Eldar with good game knowledge in all the matchups. Sends one of the Bone Singers over the wall to scout the enemy race. He does not know that Charlie is playing Orks, it seems. Well, we will see Charlie playing Eldar and Space Marines as well, I guess, in the future. So maybe a good thing to always scout your opponent's race. InSANE gets started with 2 Guardian squads, Aspect Portal Generator, and 3 Bone Singers. Basically select opening. He was one of the first to start with 3 Bone Singers. That is also a very good start for jumping into the enemy base and scouting your opponent's race. The factions were not visible during the loading screen, in the early days at least. That loading screen with the map name, player names and factions probably will be implemented in a future patch, or in Winter Assault. Probably later on in vanilla. A squad of warp spiders also produced in here. They are not allowed to shoot. Being chased by the Slugger boys in close combat, they cannot deal the damage. And even on the move, Slugger boys dealing a lot of damage to the warp spiders. This is the most expensive infantry squad in tier 1. 240 to 60 cost for the squad with 4 members. Then you can also you must also pay for the reinforcement, a very expensive reinforcement for the squad as well. If they don't have the jumps, many of them will die while retreating, so it's a big risk to open with the warp spiders. However, they seem to be most effective against Orks in vanilla, in the early game at least. They deal a lot of damage to the boys without armor, and without no bleeders. Yeah, look at that. Even if Slugger boys would have tried to approach them in close combat instead of running away, they'd still get killed. Second generator placed from InSANE. Good map control, all of his points in the base have been captured and built, getting the relic now and a critical location. Charlie on the right side harassing an LP in there, probably will decap it. The warp spiders here delayed the payload guns, forced those Gretchens to hide inside the LP2. Now the warp spiders getting damaged by the LP2. A lot of them will die. Two dead already. Yeah, 2 of them died in like 3 seconds. Time to see the duel between the Farseer and Big Mech. I assume the Big Mech would lose, he had lower HP. And if the Farseer will use her Mind War, it should be easy. Casts the Psychic Storm. Was the Mind War used before? Yeah, maybe it was. Still, the Big Mech wins the Farseer 1-on-1, it seems. Two squads of warp spiders now dealing with the boys easily. Big Mech could not tie up the warp spiders. Performs some fatality, keeps himself alive and jumps away on 100 HP. InSANE with the map control, all well, his side of the map is basically controlled, only lost this point, and goes tier 2 now. Better economy for Charlie. Has some LP2s upgraded. Yeah, the outer ones have been upgraded. Nice banner also for his team, Inquisition. Now select also in Team Inquisition as well as True. We'll see more of True. Also the Eldar player. Attempt here from InSANE to go in from the top right. Tanks in with the warp spiders, probably not a good idea here. Mind War gets absorbed by the Big Mech and dies. He had very low HP. About time he'd die. And Charlie caught off guard. Now he lost everything except he gets saved by the shooting buildings. Cannot tank into this LP2. I guess the warp spiders do not have the haywire research. That's their grenades, which can be cast into the buildings and vehicles. They deal a lot of damage. And if I'm not mistaken, you can research that in tier 1 as the Eldar. Probably a tier 1 upgrade. Yeah, here it goes, it gets cast into that LP2. Only 1k HP on the LP2, both grenades were thrown into that one, took it down. I guess he could have finished it without the second grenade, but he wanted to make sure. The boys are close. Big Mech is back to the fight at full HP now. Should manage to push back this Eldar infantry. 74 to 20 economy. The mech shop is finished. 50 orc population cap. Can start the production of war tracks. Another Bone Singer jumps over the wall, and I'm surprised by how little damage he receives from the work buildings. That means he's got very high resilience to ranged fire in vanilla. Not the case in the later expansions. He had to be nerfed. Charlie manages to push back. Now the squads got their armor, I believe, and the nob leaders can tank all the damage from the warp spiders as well. A Bright Lance is already here, ready to meet the war truck or the war trucks. And one is on the way. Charlie is bringing it. Well, one Bright Lance should be able to deal with a war truck, one-on-one even. Only should focus it. It also gets killed very quickly by the war truck. That's because InSANE was not attentive enough to focus the war truck earlier. Should have destroyed that war truck by now. Busy microing in here, fighting the boys. The nob leaders don't really wanna die, they keep those warp spiders busy. A hard situation right now for InSANE to hold this work attack here. And oh boy, what a game. So much back and forth. Charlie playing usually very aggressively, both early to mid-game. Both war tracks now taken down by the warp spider grenades and the Bright Lance. Farseer still alive, on very low HP, gets killed now by the nob leader. Powerful attack by the Orks. Very little units left from InSANE. It looks desperate for him now. I'm not sure if he can hold for too long. Charlie knows the powerful stuff gets out of the gates. Had to destroy it. InSANE microing with these warp spiders non-stop for about 2 minutes now, running away from the boys. A very difficult situation for Eldar. Not easy to play, definitely not easy. Once the warp spiders jumps are wasted, you have to micro all the time, run away from those close combat units. And it looks desperate. We might have a rematch between these two, I hope. No way Eldar can stop this work assault now. Has enough economy, however, very good economy even. 98 to 30 controls the whole map. Both critical locations, both relics. Can he get back into this game? Maybe a Fire Prism could have saved the Eldar, but he is not there yet. Fire Prism is a tier 3 unit. We can clearly see in here that the nob leader absorbs the whole damage from the warp spiders, so once the boys have the nob leaders added to the squad, they can tank into those warp spiders without any problems.
What do you want?
And so the Eldar base is being taken down slowly. InSANE rebuilding the aspect portal on the left. Not enough production speed for the Eldar. It felt like he had good economy to get back into this game, but not fast enough. Can't recover fast enough. Charlie won't give him time to breathe. 86 to 40. With this income you can afford war tracks non-stop, I believe. Just what you need. Anti-everything, anti-building, anti-infantry, anti-commander, anti-vehicle if you upgrade the weapon. And even good artillery if you get the bomb chaka, I guess that's how it's called, the upgrade, the second one on the war tracks. But I guess the default weapon is the best. It's got very long range, very high damage to all sorts of infantry and commanders. Even the bright lances, heavy infantry, very quickly killed. Good focus from Charlie, killing the bright lances one by one, always best to do that. And so InSANE is out of this game. No way he can make a comeback now without the HQ. And lack of income now. GG, not too much to complain in here. A lot of war tracks were made, but no claims have been made by InSANE. He knows he's got the advantage in the matchup. Eldar is considered to have the advantage in vanilla against Orks, mostly because of the early game warp spiders. And overall how effective they can be throughout the game with their war gear as well. And very well played by Charlie once again. A very close game on units killed. Eldar killed a lot early game, Charlie killed a lot late game. Even on economy it was very close. InSANE was not prepared, however, when Charlie attacked with both knobs attached to the boys squads as well as those vehicles. Not enough infantry to fight the boys. Maybe adding bunches in this case and making bright lances faster would have helped. However, we also saw how easily the bunches get killed by raptors in close combat. So maybe they are not that good against close combat unit types, I don't know. He either needed more ranged squads or bunches. Or fast fire prisms. After mid-game it looked quite desperate for the Eldar. Didn't look like he had a chance to stop that work aggression. Well done by Charlie, and looks like we have a rematch between them. On Tainted pair, yeah, that's InSANE in the lower right as Eldar, and in the upper left Charlie with Orks. Both of them do not like the map. Oh, what can I say? Get used to it. Definitely not easy to play in here. I believe this is a 1v1 map even in Soulstorm. It was not changed, it was not removed, but there's also a 2v2 map similar to this one, if I'm not mistaken. Haven't checked the Soulstorm map pool in ages, so already forgot a lot of stuff. Aspect portal and generator opening from InSANE. War banner and generator from Charlie. I guess the most optimal opening on Orks. No need for double banner when you cannot make use of such high infantry cap early on in the game. Having power income faster is much better. Charlie will not give up like Estel on his points that are close to the base and get them ASAP. Now that's good, and InSANE once again starts with the Warp Spider squad, reinforces it a bit, a very expensive and even a bit risky opening. Manages to kill a squad of Gretchens here and delays the build up of this LP in there. Big mech can still follow the Warp Spiders slowly. Now the boys in here looks like they will die. They can't really get close to the Warp Spiders, they die way too quickly. No matter how fast you react, you will probably lose the squad. That's the biggest pain in the matchup for Orks. And Charlie is not happy with that, of course. I doubt anyone would be. You can't help yourself from this. But it gets better with time. You have to suffer a bit before it gets good. Some boys now reinforced on the other boy squad. Slugger boys. Charlie wants to make sure he will not lose these squads as quickly as the one he lost before. Big mech and a squad of boys would easily deal with the Warp Spiders, chase them, don't allow them to shoot. Another squad here killed a Bone Singer. Guardians harassing, they can't really get the points, should have captured this point. InSANE, what are you doing? Farseer out almost at the 4th minute. If you make the Warp Spiders early and reinforce them, the Farseer gets delayed. So ideally, probably better to start with the Farseer. Have a look at the map vision here. 4 points controlled by InSANE, 3 close to the base, and this one here now got captured. Goes for the 5th one. Manages to defeat the Orc boys easily in his base. Has enough firepower. The Farseer with nice abilities. Charlie is forced to retreat. And slowly the Eldar will take the map. Oh look, he's got much better map control by the look of it. 3 points close to the base, this one here. This would be the 5th one, and this is the 6th strategic point controlled by the Eldar. And what do we have on Charlie? 3 points close to the base and only 1 more a bit further away on the left. 74 to 10 against 86 to 10. Looks much better right now for InSANE with 2 squads of Warp Spiders. InSANE should be able to deal with the mech as well. Too much firepower, dealing damage to the mech. And InSANE is floating a lot. Must get rid of this float ASAP. You can only blame yourself if you lose after floating like that. Must also build this one. Yeah, full map control from the Eldar. He's controlling a lot of strategic points now. And might even get started with the control area win condition soon if he gets this point. Yeah, that's right. You must hold for 8 minutes, however. all these points if you want to win by a control area. Usually difficult to win with this rule. It's more common to win by taking a hold. And if you want to win like that, you have to distract your opponent all the times. Nice fatality here on performed by the mech. Denies some damage from the Mind War during the fatality.
Quickly, take us to the battle.
What?
Gets a critical location now in the middle. Looks like he misclicked with the Guardians. Didn't click on the critical location there. To start capturing it. InSANE cannot keep up with the buildings, does not have enough bone singers. He had to make 2-3 more bone singers and build everything faster when you have such huge economy advantage. You need more builders. Still only 2 squads of warp spiders, and the third one now got out, sitting in the base. Tier 2 is up for InSANE. For Charlie the situation is much worse. He gave up on this point. Oh boy. Looks like he forgot and never finished it. Now I see why his economy is so low.
What do you want?
Adding the nob leaders now to the squads.
Quickly, take us to the battle.
Much more difficult now for the warp spiders to finish off a Slugger boy squad. Once the boys are there, the nobs are added. It's a lot more difficult. Charlie desperately trying to push back the Eldar. He probably wants to take some more points. The Bright Lens is here also, even if Charlie would bring the war tracks. InSANE is already prepared now. And he probably has the haywire research for the warp spiders. Not only control area win condition is enabled now, also taken a hold. Get started right now. Charlie has 4 minutes to decap a strategic point. Probably this one will be the easiest. But first he must deal with all these ranged Eldar squads first. Can't really decap when there's so much of your opponent around.
Sod off!
6 minutes until taken hold victory.
I got that good fight.
Manages to cancel that control area trigger now. Taking a hold left, however, the Guardians also received their upgrades. They can stun Ork infantry now. Good micro from InSANE. Keeps running away from those close combat. Ork units only lost a squad of Guardians in there. It was without Warlock. Got killed. Has to control this squad as well. Now busy keeping his warp spiders alive, and that's not easy. Charlie actually might manage a comeback. Finally he noticed that this one in here was not finished and built it.
5 minutes until taken hold.
Oh boy, so many green skins, they became strong really quick. With the appearance of the nob leaders on the squads, it really gets problematic even for the warp spiders to deal with all these boys. Mind War cast on the big mech once again. Yen Tangle ability on the Slugger Boy squad. Finally a nob leader here gets killed by the Farseer. Receives a nice fatality in there. The Bright Lenses in here getting some damage from the Shooter Boys. Still InSANE suffering at base. He lost a lot of strategic points, can't really hold them with warp spiders alone. And look at that, 3 generators in there. Should have massed a lot more infantry instead of building those generators. I guess that's always the best thing to do. Massing more and more infantry against orcs. Yeah man, those nob leaders are very tough to beat. Finally a squad goes down. Now no nob leaders for this squad that goes in there, only one left along with the big mech which is low HP. We might see a comeback in here. Also the Farseer regenerated nicely, can now go and fight the big mech even. And we might see a comeback from InSANE, although it looked like he's winning badly. Now it looked desperate and he might get back into the game. Also unfinished listening shrine on that position. 86 to 40 income for the Eldar, 80 to 10 for Orks. Charlie lost the pilo guns here. It got destroyed by the Bright Lenses in there. Shooter Boys were not quick enough to kill those Bright Lenses. It's heavy infantry. And here we have another 3 of them still alive. 2 of them half HP.
Take us to the battle.
And looks like InSANE is back into this game. It looked desperate at one point when Charlie pushed with all of his boys. Very nice hold from InSANE. That was a nice game. InSANE also is missing the Eldritch Storm. Oh, here it goes. Shouldn't have said that. Well, now that the Farseer is dead, it probably the ability also got cancelled, but it dealt a bit of damage to a banner and still disrupted the boys. Not bad, after all.
We are here to fulfill our duty. Waiting here is but a phase of our existence.
Still, 3 squads of warp spiders alive in here. They must be tied up in close combat. Otherwise, they will easily deal with all this work infantry. Mostly shooter boys, I see. Shooter boys probably a lot more easier to deal with for the warp spiders compared to slugger boys. If they've got the nob leader, I guess Charlie wants to add the big shooters and deal with the warp spiders from range. Might also be the case. Charlie wants to cancel the taken hold. Has 30 seconds to do that. He will cancel it. If only InSANE had one more jump on the spiders to jump in here and kill those shooter boys. Another push from Charlie. And looks like InSANE is running out of infantry again. Not enough. Relying mostly on the warp spiders, which get tied up by the slugger boys and big mech. As soon as they waste the jumps, they become pretty much useless until their jump reloads. Well, looks like Charlie cannot keep fighting in here for too long. Charlie says warp spiders are imbalanced. He might be right. But Charlie also had a worse map control. InSANE had a much better macro game. One to one, nice games, well played both. Both of them still have to get used to the map and build up economy faster. The game should have ended much faster if both of them would take care of economy a bit better. This is still unfinished. For 17 minutes it was not finished. I guess InSANE didn't even look there. Anyways, he had much better economy compared to the work. Didn't even need all those points to win. A 152 works have been killed, about 100 Eldar. And yeah, look at the economy difference in here. Almost 5,000 more resources for InSANE for a 17-minute game. That's a lot. Of course, he floated on power, did not produce vehicles, did not upgrade LP2s. Instead of building those generators, should have massed more infantry, Dark Reapers and Bunches. I'd like to see that against Orks. And now looks like we'll have a best of 3 between Charlie and one guy. At least a fun best of 3. However, there are games in this Expert Clash series which were also played in tournaments. So we can still say it was highly competitive, especially considering the player's rank. Most of the games played in a Dawn of War ladder, auto match, in ranked modes. So I assume the players most of the time would try their best. Then we also had some tournament games. Very few custom games, I assume, in the Expert Clash series. At least for now. On Meeting of Minds, first game in this fun best of 3 between Charlie and one guy. In the left, Charlie with Works, opening with his standard build. 2 Slugger Boy squads, War Banner, Generator, Big Mech. And on the right, one guy is playing Orks. This will be an Ork mirror. As I've said before, one guy will also show us some other races. Not only Chaos. It was very difficult to get high up on the ladder with Chaos. in vanilla. Chaos became a lot stronger though in Winter Assault, I believe.
What is it? Yeah?
Charlie scouting with a big mech. I guess he wanted to find out his opponent's race. Sees that his works and probably is happy about that. One guy not playing his main race, oh, I'm gonna win that easily. And Charlie is very experienced in mirrors also. He's probably won all the mirrors we watched so far.
What? Sod off.
The storm rages on outside, you might hear it's very loud.
I'm not doing anything.
Oh boy, now that's a bit of greed from one guy. Places a second generator very fast. And he will play defensively by the look of it. Might even rush into those war tracks. Terrible placement in here for from Charlie. Pile of guns built on the outskirts, in the upper right, in the upper left. This one is a bit better positioned here for one guy. Has the LP2 upgraded as well.
You need something fixed.
Both players for now are somewhat defensive. Charlie sends his Gretchens to scout what the opponent is doing in there.
Yes.
Nothing to detect. The big mech is in the lower side of the map.
Which way?
And banners in vanilla did not detect infiltrated units, which means you could have scouted the work base with any infiltrated unit, as long as the big mech is not around there.
What's it? What's it?
Sod off, yeah? Up yours.
What now?
.40 population cap now for one guy. Very good economy, 115 to 30. Can place that mech shop as soon as he's got enough resources. Even better economy for Charlie, 122 to 30. Same population cap, 40. Infantry cap.
What do you want?
And looks like Charlie will play through infantry mass. I enjoy this playstyle a lot. From the Orks, a lot of boys. Yeah, look at that. The banner cannot detect.
What now?
Gretchens can scout in here all day long. A lot of boys also massed up in the middle from one guy. Oh nice, that will be a slaughter. No mech shop yet placed by anyone. Both of them relying on infantry. slightly better economy for Charlie. And now it's equal. Yeah, both players very high skilled in here at that point. Couldn't really get better than that. And here the slaughter begins. Charlie's got the custom gadgets research, which means he receives less damage from ranged squads. One guy focusing the opponent's banners wants to take them down with his rockets. Oh boy, and Charlie's getting... oh no, it's Charlie's mech in here. Half HP down, getting a beating in here from the enemy mech. However, Charlie will hold. A lot of orcs dying for one guy. Yeah, mostly red orcs on the map. Charlie's infantry. Very good hold in here. Even if he lost the mech, he will manage. Lost the mech, lost a banner, but still holdable. The pylon guns shooting all this time, the LP2 dealing damage, and one guy is forced to retreat. He is retreating, but he did not lost the fight. Mad Duck is here, he can keep that mech alive. Still very good economy for one guy, can easily recover after that fight. He lost more boys, but he also took down the enemy mech and destroyed a war banner. I guess the exchange was worth it. Charlie with the mech now up, got a war truck out and will go in the lower right position. Yeah, the war truck damage even to buildings is very high. The LP2 goes down from a single war truck in like 15-20 seconds. What a high damage. One guy only now builds the mech shop. Behind in tech. His economy was higher while this LP2 was up. Now it gets worse. Can he stun these vehicles? I wonder. Pylon guns taken down. Now losing so much in here was not good. Now the trade is much better for Charlie. He didn't lose anything in here. Took down the LP2, took down the pylon guns. Didn't lose anything, but what is this terrible banner placement? Terrible position for this one. Even this. It should have been placed here behind the LP2, preferably. 3 war trucks now from Charlie. And a lot of boys in the middle, along with a big mech. Army size, infantry size for one guy slightly better. Looks like he's got more in there. And gets out war tracks now. Oh boy, now that Charlie splits his army a bit, it actually looks like he's got more boys. Well, about the same size, I guess. The Mad Dogs, however, are missing in Charlie's army. He should start using Mad Dogs more. $154 to 50 economy here for one guy. Still very close to Charlie's economy. Charlie is also winning by taking hold. Needs to hold for almost 6 more minutes. Well, on Meeting of Minds, winning by taking hold is not easy. They are so far away from each other, not easy to defend. The opponent can use flying units like Storm Boys, Assault Marines, Raptors to decap, jump over the wall with a fully reinforced squad and easily decap the critical location. One guy decides to go in once again, not letting Charlie chill too much in there. And another slaughter begins. Charlie holding strong. 2 war tracks also in here. Upgraded to anti-vehicle weapon. Looks like one guy used his stun. This one does not shoot for the moment and cannot move. And it looks like it only affects one vehicle, the custom gadgets stun in vanilla. It's not area of effect like in Soulstorm and Dark Crusades. Once again Charlie manages to hold quite easily in the middle and fights back one guy's army in here. Very well done. And now pushes in with a counter-attack. What a nice game here from Charlie. Definitely feels like he mains Orks in this game. He's won every single fight so far. Held very well from one guy's aggression here. And now after winning the fight goes into a counter-attack right away. The war banner here with double upgrades. Upgraded to anti-vehicle. 1800 HP when it's upgraded twice. More difficult to destroy. Still not a problem for this many Orks. And now Charlie also harassing on the upper right towards the enemy relic. Splitting slowly and keeps bringing more and more boys on the battlefield. 2 more shooter boy squads got out. What a huge infantry size for Charlie. 62 out of 70 infantry cap. That's rare. This is a tier 2 slaughter mostly, not tier 3. Charlie badly outnumbering one guy's forces here. Can win the fights easily. Only needs a bit more anti-vehicle, and it looks like he might even win by taking hold. One guy has been kept busy throughout these fights. He forgot about taking hold completely. He needs a squad of Storm Boys, fully reinforced preferably, to go and decap this position here. Smart holding here also from Charlie. If a Storm Boy squad would get out, it won't be easy to pass through Charlie's infantry towards that critical location. And then if he decides to go in the middle, Charlie can quickly move towards the middle and kill the squad which will try to decap. Yeah, smart play indeed from Charlie, no floats whatsoever, using his resources to the best of his abilities. A squad of Slugger Boys here in the middle tried to get in here and decap. The Mad Dog was not fast enough to cast the juice and save the squad. Under that ability, it probably would have managed to decap. And so Charlie looks like the winner of game 1 in this fun best of 3. What a nice work, Mirror. GG. One guy asking for a rematch desperately. Charlie is not quick with his decisions. He probably needs a break after this. It was intense. It takes a lot of energy to play Orks so well. Not just Orks, but any other race. Basically a flawless game from Charlie, aside from these building placements. Well, I guess he was overly confident that he'd win this. So, placing the banners like that, no problem. Yeah, look at this in comments, barely any floats on Charlie. While one guy was losing the fights, and with a lower economy, and he was floating a lot. Well, at least in the end. What a close game, 131 to 131 Orks killed by both. And even on economy, very, very close. The difference was, I guess, the unit management. It was better from Charlie and unit choice. Otherwise, a very, very close game. And especially very well played by Charlie. Game 2, the rematch. Again on Meeting of Minds. This time in the left, one guy will play Orks, the same matchup. Yeah, Ork Mirror. Again, Charlie is not really sure about his opponent's race. Might send that big mech once again and scout the race early on. War banner and generator. Opening once again from Charlie. Two Slugger Boys, basically identical to the previous game. Same from one guy, however he's got a different cap order. Charlie is getting the closest points to the base first, while one guy is trying to get the outer positions a bit faster. And he also sends a squad of shooter boys to get a strategic point. That's a bit similar to Soulstorm meta, but if you make the shooter boys so quick, you cannot get out the big mech fast. He will have to wait a bit, I guess. Still acceptable for a Meeting of Minds. Yeah, mirror now. Once again. Charlie scouts with the mech, receives a bit of damage, not a big deal. Will regenerate and is forced to jump away from here. Yeah, this was another auto match game between these two. Same matchup, same map.
Sod off. Sod off.
Double generator placement in here. Looks like one guy floated a bit and still floating. And pylo guns next to this outer LP2. Basically the same as he did in the previous game, just he built it here. And time for Charlie to send his Gretchens and scout the enemy base. Because why not? 104 to 10 economy now on Charlie, 97 to 30 for one guy. Better economy considering the power income. But can he make use of this power so fast? The LP2 mass will definitely help. Now what Charlie's Gretchens got detected by the mech early. And once they lose detection and if they move, I guess they cannot become invisible again. Tier 2 up soon for one guy. Perfect economy. Again, terrible banner placements from Charlie. This one here is terrible. So far away from the LP2. If the orc gets in here, the enemy orc infantry destroys this war banner in a sec without receiving any damage. Sitting here in the heavy cover. Again, Charlie focusing on massing infantry. Not in a hurry to build that mech shop. Doesn't even have enough for the mech shop. All the points for one guy have been upgraded to LP2s very quickly in the early game. Now that's a lot similar to Soulstorm meta. Economy boom. Always good to have high economy on Orks, so why not? Looks like one guy even wins a big generator. But Charlie will see this one here, if it gets built, controls the critical location. Won't be easy to build this one. Mech shop placed for one guy. Now all the points upgraded to LP2 for Charlie as well. He did that a bit later, but still not bad. Almost identical economy once again, very close game macro wise, no fights for now. Players basically racing up in attack.
I'm working on something. Where's the fighting? Yeah? You need something Where's the fighting? Where's the fighting? Don't bother me. I'm working on something.
Mad dogs, 3 of them now out for 1 guy. Not much to say at this point.
6 minutes.
Players researching the upgrades mostly and increasing their army size. Charlie probably not prepared for this attack now. He doesn't even have the custom gadgets on the mech. Needs it ASAP. How did he destroy this war track in there? Not sure what damaged it, but somehow 1 guy lost it. I don't even see any anti-vehicle. Probably by the big shooters it has been destroyed. Interesting. No mech shop yet from Charlie. 134 to 50 economy. Charlie once again has his Gretchens in the enemy base. He will see if 1 guy hits tier 3. Probably won't be the case anytime soon. Looks like Charlie has more boys but might have less upgrades. And does not have vehicles. That might be a problem. Usually if you mix up infantry with vehicles, it's better than just pure infantry. A lot of shooter boys, a lot of slugger boys in here from Charlie. No need for tank busters when you can equip rocket launchers to the boys. Now that's a better economy for 1 guy in here, 161 to 60. And looks like 1 guy overall is in a much better position with all these vehicles. Can he hold this work attack, however, from Charlie? Goes in, can wait no longer. Once again, Charlie does not want to use those mad dogs, while 1 guy does. Another disadvantage for Charlie in this battle. Does not necessarily mean that he will lose it, but it's playing to his disadvantage for sure. 1 guy's squad's now surviving for much longer thanks to the Mad Dog's abilities. And it feels like Charlie is losing the fight, yeah. His infantry is definitely weaker. Still a close fight. Charlie's big mech still alive. Did he kill the enemy mech? Oh yeah, he did. And he even killed a lot of mad dogs. Looks like. Yeah, only 1 mad dog left for 1 guy. The other 2 have been killed. That was a very close fight. Feels like Charlie has more big shooters on his boys and manages to push back 1 guy's infantry. What an unexpected outcome. It felt so close until that big mech from 1 guy got killed. I don't really like the floats from the blue work here, but he hits tier 3. Can bring the knobs to the battlefield now. Oh, and even the war boss is here. Is Charlie tier 3? No, not yet. Now if Charlie would manage to defeat a tier 3 work with tier 2 infantry, I'd be really surprised. For now he outnumbers 1 guy's infantry still. The war boss is a big threat for all this Charlie's infantry. Oh my, what a fight. Mech about to get killed, however the war boss barely received any scratch in here. And I don't know what can stop him. One guy will definitely hold thanks to the war boss and these war tracks now. Charlie probably wanted to end the game. He is not having any bank on requisition. Has some idling squads at home of shooter boys, not equipped with any weapons yet. And slowly one guy pushing Charlie back. War boss easily defeating the big mech here one-on-one. Even under the LP2, the war boss will easily win. He's got like 3000 HP. Yeah, 3000 HP against 1000 from the mech. Easy win for the war boss. Basically a macro win from one guy this time. He had better economy, tacked up faster, used more units compared to Charlie. Yeah, that was nice. Now, can he win this? My next question. He's floating still. $184 to 79 income, huge income. That's even very high according to Soulstorm standards. And 1000 float, probably goes tier 4, I don't know. War saving for the Squigath. Builds a big generator here in the lower position, the lower left. So many boys, but the mech still without custom gadgets. Not nearly as much infantry from one guy, but he doesn't even need it. As long as his war boss is alive and has some mad dogs around. Okay, the banner in here got upgraded. Still tier 2 from Charlie here. Only masses basically tier 1 infantry with tier 2 upgrades. And what I said earlier about the banner position, it might go down in this fight. And it has not dealt any damage yet. 100 HP left, will survive. Now Charlie outnumbers the opponent in terms of infantry, but is it strong enough to deal with one guy's mad dogs and the war boss? War boss is very low HP, it might be enough. Both mechs still full HP. And another slaughter in here. Feels like one guy is winning it. As long as his war boss is alive, one guy looks like the winner, but once the war boss is dying, will die and the big mech will get killed, it will get more difficult. Still, judging by how much of a bank one guy got left, he should be able to make a comeback very easily, even if he loses the fight. And by the look of it, he will lose this fight. Charlie's mech still full HP, almost. No knobs from one guy. I wonder why he skipped the knobs. A tier 3 infantry would have been a great addition to this fight. And he can afford them. Maybe one guy, yeah, he probably is getting that Squigath out by now. 60 HP left on one guy's mech. I guess he will have to retreat as soon as this mech will die. Charlie still tier 2, now with the mech shop up. Very late, mech shop. War boss back to life. Charlie not floating nearly as much on requisition, but he's floating on power. Well, if you float so much power, why not produce some killer cans to tank in tons of damage with them? And here comes the Squigath. Surprise, Charlie. You've been outplayed. The early generators for one guy in this game really paid off. He upgraded the economy much faster and it got much higher compared to Charlie's economy later on. He teched up faster, got better upgrades, and even with smaller army size, he manages to win in the end. Squigath tanking in front, all this damage. 8000 HP, still much lower HP compared to Soulstorm. And a much more expensive unit here in vanilla. Gets repaired also, good job. And one guy gets his revenge, now also brings the killer cans to the battlefield. What a crazy game, guys. A 171 to 133 income for one guy. Gosu economy. Charlie definitely surprised to lose against one guy's Orks. GG indeed. Yeah, what a surprise for Charlie. Unexpected outcome. Very well played by one guy, definitely. Even with all these floats. Manages to win now. Charlie showed a flawless game in the first game for this best of 3. I'd say he played a bit worse in this one. Not sure why he sticked only to infantry, built the mech shop so much later compared to the previous game, and did not upgrade those mech abilities. Got outplayed, what a nice game. One of the best mirrors probably so far we've seen in vanilla, and we saw a lot of mirrors here. More of a one-sided game here in the end, tier 4 against tier 2. Nevertheless, a nice slaughter all game long, basically. The vanilla game's getting more and more interesting, more hot. Just as I was expecting. Yeah, look at the economy difference here. Like 7,000 more resources for one guy for 20 minutes a game. That's huge. Of course, with that economy you can get 2 or 3 tiers ahead of your opponent. Alright, time to jump into game 3 between these two. Score now tied 1-1. Very nice 2 games so far. In the third game, one guy gets Eldar. Oh boy, now that's Probably the first time we'll see one guy playing Eldar. On Deadman's crossing Charlie in the lower left position.
What do you want? What is it?
And one guy in the upper right. Aspect portal up and generator.
How can we help? We are shaped by fate just as we shape it.
Hello? Who's there?
The usual opening here from Charlie, Banner and generator. Built 2 Slugger Boy squads. Big Mech is on his way for sure. As well. Again, Charlie's cap order very safe, getting the closest points first. Only on outer reaches he sends the first squad to get the middle point. Otherwise on other maps he's getting the closest points. Just like the Eldar should do it. Yeah, same cap order from one guy. No warp spiders, surprisingly. He started with the Farseer first.
I'm not doing anything.
Well, we saw how Charlie managed to beat InSANE, the top Eldar in vanilla, at this point in time. I am not sure if one guy has too many chances against Charlie, but we'll see. Hopefully it won't be a very one-sided game. At least that's what can I hope for. Farseer casting the Mind Woe on the mech and the Psychic Storm, and so the mech loses half of his HP, forced to run back to his boys. Needs to regenerate before he goes in again. Shooter Boy squad out.
What is your wish?
We are here to exact
Bunchy build from one guy. No warp spiders now. Just what I wanted to see in this matchup.
How can I help? Many are cold, few survive.
We'll see how bunches play out against Shooter Boys and Slugger Boys. Charlie massing up infantry squads in there. He is a bit upset with the matchup. Hates the Eldar.
What is it? Where's the fighting? Yeah? What? Where's the fighting? Where to?
We are here to exact harsh
Guardian
vengeance.
squad, ready.
Victory countdown has begun.
What is your wish?
Naturally.
Yes.
Very good macro here from the Eldar. 3 LP2s upgraded, critical location captured, and relic almost controlled as well. What more could you ask for? And now tier 2 has been placed. Eldar only needs to increase the army size a bit, because look how many Orks in here. Now they get their Nob leaders and upgrades. They will be a big threat for the Eldar infantry, I assume. Very soon. Relic also getting built quickly. Soul Shrine soon will be finished.
What would you have us do?
Our cries herald the coming of great
6 minutes.
And Charlie hasn't even tried to take his relic. Now one guy will take it. He wouldn't mind if he controls both relics. Why not? Now make some more units, please. Your economy is better than Orks' economy. Wouldn't be good to lose it with economy advantage.
Where's the fighting? Yeah, sod off. What is it? Where's the fighting?
Two Slugger boy squads here getting more and more reinforced. And shooter boys receiving their big shooters. Very effective weapon against infantry and even buildings. A third generator placed here at the entrance for Charlie. Two warbanners also must be upgraded, both of them. For now they are not. And LP2 also has been upgraded on the relic. All the points for one guy have been upgraded to LP2. Very nice economy, 130, 40, 30. Even better now. And for Charlie, 86 to 30, but he's got a lot more boys. Can one guy hold this? I wonder. He cannot fight all these works in here. Gets scared by the greenskins and runs away. Good decision. Must build some minefields, I don't know. They will be helpful for sure, but I'm not sure if you could build them in vanilla. I have not seen minefields, minefields built by anyone. Warp Spider squad out, probably not a good choice. Would be tied up easily in close combat, countered easily. Okay, the Eldritch Storm is here, gets cast into the infantry. Very nice. Eldritch Storm, a lot of boys get killed even by it. And lose morale. Now even the Psychic Storm is cast. And Mind War on the Big Mech. Looks like the Banshees are gonna win the fight. A lot of greenskins died. Well, most of them died. Only the big mech, the only threat in here. Banshees should be used in close combat. Come on, don't shoot with them. Yeah, GG, Charlie gives up. What a nice unexpected outcome. Very well played here by one guy. I'm surprised he's playing Eldar so well. Two Banshee squads. Warp Spider squad, which already got killed. No, it's still alive. Got inside the webway gate. And very good macro. Fast map control and LP2 upgrades. Basically a flawless game here from the Eldar. Deserved to win. Charlie says he had to try something new, yeah. Some kind of infantry mass all-in attempt from Charlie. "55 Orks killed by one guy, only 12 Eldar killed by Charlie." So Banshees basically work perfectly against Orks, probably even better than Warp Spiders. What a good hold in there, plus the Eldritch Storm should not be underestimated. Very good ability when opponent masses up a lot of infantry. Nice short game, and so one guy wins this fun best of 3 in the ladder, 2-1. Good games. Enjoyed them a lot. Next game on Blood River, one guy will even show us Space Marines. And he will play versus Select on Blood River in the lower left. We have select. Typical build here from select, double aspect portal, the only Eldar in high up in the ladder which uses this opening. I'd say it's very risky and maybe not cost effective. He will produce the Farseer and bunches. Yeah, we saw it a couple of times already. I know what he will do. From one guy, 4 scouts, getting points very quickly. No harass. Oh, look at that. This game was played right after the best of 3 one guy had with Charlie. They even talk about it. How nice.
Scouts here.
Feels like I'm living in 2005 now.
Scouts awaiting orders.
Almost as if we observe these games in real time. Well, very much feels like it, at least to me. Great idea. Great feature in the replay to have the player's chat visible. That's a big advantage, I think, for Dawn of War. Farseer and bunches, as expected from select, cast the Mind War on the scouts. It switches from member to member after it kills one of them. Bunches were considered more effective in the matchup with the Space Marines compared to Warp Spiders. Warp Spiders suffer a lot against Space Marine all-in. Bunch squad here almost finished off a squad of Space Marine. It's down now, and they even focused the squad of scouts somehow. One squad of bunches was fighting two ranged squads at once. Now that's very rare. I'm not sure how exactly they do that, but somehow it's possible. Probably have to click attack move somehow. Good micro in here from select, trying to keep the Farseer far away from the commander. No chances for her to win the commander in close combat one-on-one, especially when her abilities are wasted. One guy manages to hold just fine. Select is forced to retreat. He does not even have a generator though, but he's got very good map control. He's got all of his points and the relic in, during this attack. And now adds the Dark Reapers.
Today the enemy shall know fear. Today the enemy shall know fear.
One squad of tactical marines died early versus the bunches. 2 other squads have been trained. And all the scout squads also alive. 4 squads of scouts. One is being sent to tie up the Dark Reapers in close combat. Nice micro in here from one guy. And with this bunch of scouts and tactical marines, he might even able to hold the bunches. Okay, Dark Reapers in here dealt with those scouts even in close combat, it seems. Select does not want to bother and micro a bit better. He can do better than that. He must, at least with the Guardians. Don't let them fight tactical marines in close combat, please. Some nice micro from both actually. Feels like Select is gonna win. All the bunches are still alive. Very few of them got killed. Guardians probably intentionally fighting this tactical marine squad in close combat. They do not want to allow them to shoot. Yeah, that might be the case here. What a slaughter. Love this early game aggression in vanilla. Dark Reapers being kept alive here. Gets tied up by the scouts still. Well, they deal okay damage to the scouts. Yeah, they kill them easily now with the aid of the bunches. And start shooting once again. Looks like one guy lost most of his scouts in this fight. Only the tactical marines left. Good micro from Select during all this fight. Kept the Farseer alive. Sick disruptions here into Space Marine infantry. Won't let one guy kill that Farseer. And even the LP2 now has been upgraded from Select. Now that's also something we do not see too much. He upgraded it also to deal damage to enemy infantry. He's been fighting under this relic for more than a minute now, I believe. Wants to hold it. Eldar also lost the Guardians. Finally, the Force Commander manages to catch that Farseer a bit. Looks like he's gonna kill her. No. Select will manage to keep her alive. Dark Reapers once again defeating the scouts in close combat slowly. And now they can start shooting again. The bunch is constantly being reinforced. And so Select wins the fight. It felt like he was outnumbered by Marines, but still held up very well in this fight. And the Farseer is dead, yeah, the Force Commander finished her. Second generator placed here, no, the first one placed for one guy, 80-0 economy. A lot of tactical marines still up. And a squad of scouts. From Select, the second Dark Reaper squad arrives. No floats. Now I love it. The Soul Shrine almost finished. And he's getting ahead in tech. One guy is in a big trouble. How will he hold against the tier 2 Eldar? Dark Reapers with the optics will be a pain. Even without the optics in early game, they deal a lot of damage to the Marines.
I knew you would have need of me.
And Farseer back. Webhay Gate probably would be wise to make those shuriken cannons. 1-2 shuriken cannon, very effective against infantry. No need for the bright lances. Space Marine is still tier 1. Cannot afford tier 2 yet. Spend his power on the armory, and maybe we'll add the weapons, even more power necessary for that. Select sending the Farseer into scout. What the opponent is doing.
The future seems so clear.
Shuriken cannon, as expected, is out. Moves quite slowly without The speed boost, it can be enabled. Looks like the Reapers got their optics in here.
Scouts in position.
Scouts do not receive a lot of damage, however. They also got their sniper rifles.
Naturally.
Direct us to the enemy.
3 squads of scouts with the sniper rifles. 4th squad out. I guess one guy will rely on the sniper rifles in the next fight. Will that work? I doubt they will deal with this shuriken cannon. Then the warp spiders can also jump into the scouts and try to kill them. An unexpected jump would be devastating for the scouts. Okay, the Banshees got killed a few in the squad, as well as morale damage. Select jumps in with the warp spiders and manages to kill a squad of scouts in here, but also loses some warp spiders and loses morale on the squad. Now 2 squads without morale. Select forced to hold back. No need to be greedy, he's got the economy advantage, although it's not so high.
The mists of space and time
And he's ahead in tech.
We are the dealers.
Bringing more shuriken cannons or more warp spiders perhaps would be nice.
We are the Emperor's.
One guy has no idea where Select's infantry is, now sees it on the top left. Not in position to defend, the relic will be taken down. Does not look good for one guy, still tier 1.
We have mastered the art of
Our
destruction.
cries herald the coming of great pain for our enemies.
And so begins the next fight. The assault marines were added by one guy. Banshees tying up those scouts in close combat, easily dealing with a squad. Both of them finished by fatalities. Farseer unfortunately got caught and stunned by the force commander, easily killed. 2 shuriken cannons now a problem. Even the force commander would struggle to destroy them. He would eventually kill, but not quick enough. Bunch is definitely the biggest pain in this fight for Space Marines. Both Scouts and Tactical Marines suffering, and even the Assault Marines when outnumbered. And looks like Select is gonna win the fight and win the game right here. Most of the Scouts have been killed. All the Tactical Marines obliterated by the bunches, and that's it. GG. Nice game by Select. Finally we see how he's doing it against Space Marines. Select doesn't really post replays, so one guy will post it. Well, seeing some Select victories is really nice. Most of the time people would post their victories versus Select. Yeah, very well done by Select, great unit combination. Banshees, Farseer, Dark Reapers, Warp Spiders, Shuriken Cannons, and even Guardians early game.
We are the Destroyer's agents on this plane.
Well done. Not sure what Space Marine should have done to win this, honestly, after watching this game. Assault Marines, perhaps. We saw how desperate Eldar is against Assault Marines, but Blood River is not a very suitable map for that opening. And maybe in the early game, bunches with the Farseer would deal with the Assault Marines opening anyway. One by one. It only would be a problem to catch them. They can avoid the fight if they feel any threat. Quite close in terms of economy and even units killed, however Select was far ahead in tech. Tier 2 with upgrades versus Tier 1. Difficult for Space Marines. No rematch between Select and one guy. We will see Maverick versus Charlie on Outer Reaches instead. Now I also see the badge for Team Xeno. Maverick maining Eldar in the left. Versus Charlie on the right. As always, Charlie sending the first squad of boys in the middle to get this point, build the LP, and then we'll build a pile of guns in here as well, and maybe a banner. We'll fortify that position.
Guardian squad.
2 squads, 3 squads of Guardians from Maverick. Will that be fast tier 2 perhaps? Farseer 3 Guardians and fast tier 2 was very common in vanilla.
Where's the fighting?
Guardian squad. Ready. We are here to fulfill our duty.
Okay, no Farseer, that's 3 Guardians and Warp Spiders from Maverick. 2 jumps have been wasted and no Orks have been killed, I mean no squads. Both Gretchens and the Slugger Boys have been saved. Good luck now, Eldar, killing the Ork. The Warp Spiders did not pay in the early stage of the game. That means they will pay off much more slower than they should have. Maybe they won't even. A lot of Warp Spiders have been killed already, and their reinforcement is very expensive. Boys also dying, running around, so many Guardians. Another Warp Spider dead. Maverick will keep 2 Guardians here around this LP to try and fight back this small Ork attack. Only the mech and a squad of Slugger Boys here manages to kill a squad of Guardians. Unfortunate micro from Maverick. The other squad is getting a point here in the top left. And so that squad of Warp Spider gets killed. It killed nothing in this game. A few boys at the beginning and a few Gretchens. But those squads survived. Very bad start for the Eldar. Expensive and didn't pay off. The Farseer is out. Only the Farseer and a squad of Guardians. This one is not reinforced, it cannot fight. Should get the relic preferably. Or a critical location. Psychic Storm here got cast, the Slugger Boys got killed. And Mind War absorbed by the mech. Charlie now will be forced to retreat. Still owns 2 Slugger Boy squads. Squad will be brought in the middle to fight. The LP2 here is also upgraded. Won't be easy to take down. Big mech dies, however. Now that the big mech dies, that might be a problem. 86 to 10 income for Orks. Not easy to recover with that economy, but still higher compared to Eldar. Another squad of warp spiders have been trained. Will not manage to kill those Slugger Boys up there. Both jumps were wasted.
Guardian squad ready.
Naturally.
You need something fixed.
And Charlie's economy gets lower. He lost the LP2 in the middle, that's minus 18 income if you lose an LP2. And if you've got the global upgrade, even more.
All Eldar must answer the call.
Now Slugger Boys here definitely should get killed, even in close combat. With the Farseer around. Big mech jumps in, trying to save the day. Still the Slugger Boy squad was finished off. Another jump. Heavy focus on the other Slugger Boy squad, and it dies. Another jump from the Warp Spiders. Good micro from Maverick, saved the Farseer. Killed 2 Slugger Boy squads in this fight. Much better than what he had at the start. And now the 3rd Slugger Boy squad will go down for sure. That was good now. Eldar now has good chances to get back into this game. And Charlie is not happy with the Warp Spiders, not happy at all. How will you come back into this? Has some bank on requisition. Not sure if that would help. Terrible map control. If he loses this LP2 in here, it's over for Orks, I'd say. Much better map control now for the Eldar. He only has to build all the listening shrines on those strategic points ASAP. Make those bone singers jump quickly and build. Nice game from Maverick for sure. Did not expect him to get back into this game after that terrible start.
Shall I divine your next move?
Well, that's what happens when you don't give up. You should also rely on your opponents to hopefully make some mistakes. So you might have some chances to win even if you have a bad start. Never give up. Big mech down, something in here was also cancelled, probably a banner. Still Maverick not quick enough with building the economy up. Loses a lot of economy time, sadly. Heavy focus from the Warp Spiders in those Slugger Boys, and Charlie is annoyed. Oh boy, yeah. As soon as a member in the Slugger Boy squad dies, they somehow regroup and lose the focus. They have to be ordered again to go and attack in melee. So annoying indeed. Warp Spiders are a pain.
My music is a pillar upon which whole worlds have been built.
62 to 10 economy, RIP Orks. I don't see how Charlie can win this now. Even if he's tier 2 and stuff, cannot afford the big mech. And even if he will get that, the mech shop, even if he gets the mech shop up, I guess Eldar can use the warp spider equipment and deal with whatever vehicle will get out.
How can I help?
Victory countdown has begun.
Yeah, now that's good for the Eldar. Full map control, take and hold. Countdown gets started. Two Slugger Boy squads for Charlie, and that's it. Now with the knobs, of course, much more of a threat. A Maverick will have to be careful with this work attack. Do not underestimate the Slugger Boys when they have those knob leaders attached. Looks like they are much more powerful in vanilla.
Quickly, take us to the battle.
Nice upgrade also on the webway gate. It got the healing upgrade. When infantry stays close to it, it heals quickly. Should have stayed with that squad in here and healed a bit. Has 3 low HP members in the squad. Maverick does not want to give work a lot of time. Goes in, wastes the jumps. Still looks much better for the Eldar. A third Slugger Boy squad was trained, now gets the upper right strategic point, still not controlling that relic. And cannot afford the mech shop. Eldar not tier 2 yet, that's definitely not good. Will he have enough warp spiders in here to finish this game, I wonder. 3 squads. The third Slugger Boy squad looks like it's not here. Yeah, only 2 squads of Slugger Boys in this fight. The third one is missing, probably getting that relic in there. Or maybe it was in the fight but got killed already, and Maverick manages to hold and fight back the Orks here in the middle, by the look of it. The boys are dying much faster. Mech shop absorbing another mind war, gets heavily focused by the warp spiders. Charlie really cannot afford fighting with the boys for too long when he's got such a low economy. Yeah, loses everything in here. And that's it. This is how you play the matchup Eldar versus Orks. Until now, Charlie felt unbeatable on this map. He probably never lost, at least we haven't seen a single game where he lost. On Outer Reaches, it's about time we see him defeated here. 1 grenade into that generator and it goes down. It deals over 700 HP, like 700 to 800 HP, 1 warp spider grenade. Yeah, and that grenade does not require tier 2. Maverick does not have the soul shrine built anywhere. Tier 1 upgrade, very powerful.
Waiting here is but a phase of our existence.
That's how you can play a very expensive tier 1 game as Eldar in vanilla and win with pure tier 1 units. Not even armory is required. Just warp spiders, good economy, and make those grenades. You can also destroy vehicles and buildings with them. Charlie had a very good start. Maverick somehow managed to get back into this. Good job, definitely. Next game on Meeting of Minds, InSANE versus Pink. In the right hand side, InSANE with Eldar dark blue color scheme. And Pink in the left hand side, also part of Alien team, a German team.
Green is best.
Similarly to what Charlie would do, Pink opens with Generator and War Banner, 2 Slugger Boy squads and Big Mech out. A different cap order, however. This point was skipped. Pink prefers to take the outer position first just to make sure the enemy is not there to decap it or even capture the point. Yeah, if he would not capture this point, the warp spiders will jump in here and kill the Slugger boys while they would get this later. If you get it faster, you even finish the LP before the spiders get in there. Good cap order from Pink. Calculated. Slugger boys in here in this dead end on the high ground cannot escape from the warp spiders. So InSANE manages to kill a squad of Slugger boys during 3 minutes with the warp spiders. He's also losing a lot of them during this time.
Command me to build.
Big Mech does not have a problem with the warp spiders, can easily follow and even tank into them. Kill them on the move as well. Fire on the move from the mech, very high. Good accuracy also.
Strike quickly while our enemies fly.
I got no good bits for this fight.
Mind War now cast, and the Big Mech loses 400 HP.
What? Wait.
Well, I guess the mech paid off by now. He killed a lot of warp spiders. Psychic Stormcast on the Gretchens. Now that's a good one. This is how you do that early game. Deal some quick damage. Storm Boys produced by Pink to get now that relic. Both Slugger Boy squads got killed by the Warp Spiders. Why bother with those Slugger Boys if you can make the Storm Boys? Only a bit more expensive, but worth it. Much better mobility, helps with map control, and later on much better with catching those Warp Spiders. Yeah, Storm Boys might actually be a much better option compared to the Slugger Boys versus the Warp Spiders. Once they will get the Nob Leader, they will be good. Oh, this squad is in danger here, could get killed. Yeah, bad movement in here, overlooked the squad. Should have jumped right away when he saw the Warp Spiders. And even this squad in here is in danger now. InSANE goes towards it. He must jump away, has to retreat. Too bad how that Stormboy squad got killed in here. Well, Pink still has enough to tie the Warp Spider squads in close combat. Good micro from InSANE, however. Good jumps in here. This is a Nob Leader or what? Yeah, that's a Stormboy Nob. That's how it's called here. And the Nobs already almost received no damage from the Warp Spiders. Now I don't know why this squad is still shooting when tied up in close combat. 3 squads of Storm Boys once again, trying to fight back those Warp Spiders. Big Meg got killed by the Farseer. They even deal some damage to the Warp Spiders. Whoa, unexpected. Oh, what is this huge float on InSANE? Busy with micro in here. Very high economy as well. Now get rid of some resources. Reinforcing the squads. Tier 2 up, yeah. Probably clicked on tier 3 in the Soul Shrine. Going for the Fire Prism with this economy would be safe, I guess. Pink brings back the mech, now with some upgrades, and keeps producing more and more Storm Boys. All the ranged squads from the Eldar being tied up. That's very good. Keeping the Eldar busy. A squad of Storm Boys got killed in here, 2 squads left. And another one is coming here now with the speed boosts. Also researched. 3 squads of Storm Boys constantly following the Warp Spiders in close combat. Pink does not want to allow them to shoot, deal any damage in range. This is intense. Finally Pink forced to retreat. Too much firepower in here under that LP2. Ten minutes into the game. Identical economy. Whoa, that's close. It's close both in tech, economy, and army strength. A very close game so far. Mech shop placed for Pink. Storm Boy is getting reinforced. He must decap, that's right, send a fully reinforced squad here to decap 12 Storm Boys in a squad. And another one decapping in the middle. InSANE out of position, will not manage to stop any decap. Now that was good catch on this Storm Boys, almost finished off that 12-member Storm Boy squad. The Nob leader survived, I guess. No Nob leader in here. Got killed. This squad has the Nobs. Absorbed some damage. The Nob tank all the damage. Yeah, they also got that Psychic Storm on them. Absorbed some damage. Time for the vehicles. How will InSANE deal with them? Hopefully he's got the equipment on the Warp Spiders. That will be good for the start. Four Warp Spider squads now from InSANE. Just what Maverick was doing in the previous game. This is the way to go, Warp Spider mass. Especially on maps like Meeting of Minds. This map allows you to build up a huge economy and mass expensive stuff. Yeah, there's a haywire research for the Warp Spider. One War track got destroyed by the grenades. And a Brightlands is now here. We'll deal with the remaining war tracks. Pink forced to go back. He lost all his infantry. 3 war tracks from Pink. This is far from over. Ideally, Pink now has to focus this Brightlands. Take it down. 4 war tracks. Warp Spiders jump from behind, surrounding these war tracks. They probably have some grenades reloaded. Good jump also into the heavy cover. InSANE definitely knows the game very well. Only 1 Brightlands. Dealt so much damage already. Finally got destroyed. Big Mac is back into the battle. And looks like Pink will manage to force the Eldar back from his base. Back and forth so far, very nice game. Looks like we are blessed with non-stop action and very good games for part 10. Yeah, Warp Spiders not dealing a lot of damage to the commanders for sure. Huge numbers for the Warp Spiders, all of them focusing that mech, and it barely receives any damage. Warp Spider is an anti-infantry unit, very bad against commanders, however. That's the reason why noble leaders on the boys are so effective against the Warp Spiders. Yeah, Big Mac survived for a long time in here. Can't really expect him to be immortal in this case. Had to die at some point. And so InSANE probably will manage to hold this again. A lot of back and forth. Pink also brought his Gretchens in here. Notice that even if they stay close to the strategic point, they do not get detected. The detection system in vanilla worked a bit differently. Still, 4 squads of warp spiders alive. Players having a chat here in German, I do not understand it. A secondary boys' hut here, closer to the battlefield. Bring the boys faster into the battle. 122 to 50 income for Orks. Well, acceptable economy. Not all of the points have been upgraded. This one is not upgraded. Only this one. The remaining ones are upgraded. No critical locations under control for Ork. Eldar will control 2 of them soon.
What do you know of war? Quickly, take
So yeah, from the Eldar this matchup is basically pure warp spider mass and bright lances. All you need, really.
we live to move.
At least it looked like it was enough. I see now why Pink needed 2 boys' huts, so he could mass this huge amount of storm boys within a very short time frame. I guess InSANE will be surprised by the amount of storm boys. There are enough storm boys in here to tie up all those warp spiders and follow them. However, it will demand good micro from Pink. Won't be easy to follow all the jumping warp spiders around the map. Need to get focused and pay attention to where they jump. Tier 3 also hit by Pink. That's unexpected. Not sure how he could afford tier 3. Now bring those mad dogs to the battle, please. And the war boss, of course. Storm boys now doing what they do best, tying up all the warp spiders in close combat. Warp spiders are useless in close combat, much worse than the Dark Reapers even. Farseer is also out, casting that Eldritch Storm. Sadly, it also disrupts the Eldar infantry. Still better than nothing. Killed a few Storm Boys, they lost the focus. As soon as the Storm Boy jump away, I mean the Warp Spider jump away, the Storm Boy lose focus. They have to get command again from the player on the Warp Spider squad to focus them. They do not follow automatically once the Warp Spiders jump. A lot of Storm Boys got killed. They always lose focus after Warp Spiders jump around. Looks like the Orc is gonna lose this fight, but he's winning a lot of time, keeping the Eldar at home. Good usage of the web gate from InSANE as well. Gets inside the web gates to save those Warp Spiders from being tied up all the time, and so InSANE manages to survive this Orc assault. Did not lose a single squad of Warp Spiders, only lost this shrine in there. Oh man, what's this amount of bright lances? Now that's a big threat for Pink. There's nothing to stop them. Not even a bunch of war tracks will deal with this. Honestly, I don't know what Orc should do to destroy all these bright lances quickly. They don't care if they are fought in close combat, they will still deal damage. The barracks have been destroyed. Well, the war boss and the mech slowly gonna deal with them. And a looted tank even is brought to the battlefield. A very rare vehicle in vanilla. It wasn't used a lot. Looks like it deals more damage to the war boss than to the Eldar. It disrupts friendly units, just like the Eldritch Storm. And so the war boss goes down. Too many warp spiders around here. 5 squads now. Looks like 5 squads. More than enough anti-infantry, and even the commanders now will melt from this amount of warp spiders. And more than enough anti-vehicle from the Eldar. The looted tank, however, has been saved. Knobs also out. Knobs and warboss with different voice lines in vanilla. What detected these Gretchens in here, I wonder? The Farseer, perhaps? 2 squads of knobs now from Pink. He's got 2 looted Lemongrass tanks. And even a knob on the Stormboy squad. Still alive. Okay, how do you deal with the looted tanks now? InSANE, you must focus them with your bright lances. Nice disruption on those warp spiders from the looted tanks. Well, if they've got the grenades, I guess they can take down at least 1 tank, also with the help of the bright lances. What a pain the bright lances are. Must be destroyed ASAP. Looted tank goes down. Probably did not pay off. Another one comes out. Oh yeah, 1 grenade dropped like 2000 HP, or maybe less. Yeah, there's also damage from the bright lances. The war rages on in here. Nobody is gonna give up. Looks much worse for the Orks, of course. But slowly it looks like he's managing to push back. Won't last for too long. Economy for both players going down now. The resource decay, yellow strategic points. Both work bosses still alive. Bright lens is still the biggest pain. Work cannot use vehicles because of the bright lenses. And the amount of grenades on those warp spiders also a problem. Yeah, how do you stop this now? Bright lens is tanking into the work buildings, even they don't care. 2 of them getting destroyed. The remaining 3 should be able to take down the mech. Only 2000 HP for the mech shop, and it's about 5000 for Chaos and Space Marines. Somewhat unfair, I'd say. You could say the mech shop is dealing ranged damage, but I think the durability of the building is more important. Oh boy, and it looks like the work is just about to finish off the Eldar in here. Nothing from InSANE to stop the work leaders in there. War boss still full HP. Not full HP, but more than 2/3. And both knob squads fully reinforced by the look of it, almost. Only has to deal, Pink only has to deal with these 2 bright lenses at home somehow. Well, even a squad of Slugger boys with a no bleeder might be able to deal with them here. Or send the big mech back. He would also regenerate in the meantime. He can get back to base the fastest out of all these Orks. InSANE does not have enough. He cannot go for a base trade, it's too late now. So he will probably sit in here and fight somehow. Looks like he got inside the webway gate. Okay, he's waiting for the fire prism probably to get out. A lot of float here from Pink. He's probably very busy here in the Eldar base. Rebuilds the banners. Does not have enough infantry cap to use his resources. Very powerful attack here in the end with the nobs and 2 commanders from Pink. Oh, I see now where InSANE's hideout is. In the lower position of the map at a critical location. He will not try to win by taking hold, instead he will go for a base trade. Even if he can beat these Orks in here with his amount of warp spiders, it will take too much time, so he decides to go for the base trade right now. A Brightlands still alive in here. About half of the Ork base got destroyed. 3 points decapped. Even worse for the Eldar, only the HQ left, and Pink now gets his points. Now he cannot afford to lose the settlement. It must be repaired. A bright lens basically deals no damage to it. Either it misses a lot. Yeah, I guess it missed a few times in a row. Still deals damage from 1 bright lens alone. The settlement could go down quickly. 2 fire prism are now out from InSANE. Pink needs anti-vehicle. ASAP. Get those tank busters out. I guess you cannot equip them to the knobs, the weapons. Economy and vision now 97 to 30 for Pink. He's repairing the HQ. It does not go up at all. All the resources gets wasted on the repair. And Pink now is in a bit of a trouble. He won't be able to reinforce the squads if he will constantly repair the HQ. He has to destroy that Brightlands. It had to be killed long ago. Economy much worse for InSANE. 41 to 0. Now that would be 20 to 0 once the HQ goes down. The only problem now for Pink is lack of anti-vehicle. Has to deal with these 2 fire prisms somehow. Knobs with 2 commanders will definitely take down this one if it won't run away. Jumps away. Some bank on power. Okay, finally war track got produced. And it will probably destroy the Brightlands if it gets repaired. Sadly the HQ does not reach. Eldritch Storm now cast on the Ork buildings. Will any of the buildings get destroyed? No, the barracks tanked all the damage. The Brightlands won that war track even 1-on-1, even under the repair. And looks like InSANE is fighting back the Orks here from his base. Although all the points have been captured by the Orks, he's got the vision. Pink also with both taken hold and control area countdowns. Win conditions. Come on, go. Okay, finally. The Brightlands got destroyed in his base. And right now Eldar's army looks much stronger. Still no decent anti-vehicle from Pink to take them down. He must upgrade the weapons on the war tracks. Get in here and destroy these fire prisms. He cannot afford to lose these 4 banners. What an intense game. So much back and forth. Still not clear who's gonna win this. Very hard to tell. InSANE really cannot afford to lose anything. He cannot afford to lose anything. Any fire prism, any infantry on the squads. Does not have resources to reinforce, while Pink does. Still has some economy. It's important now that what was that? That Pink does not give up and keep playing. Looks like the fire prism destroyed here 2 banners at once. Come on, kill that Bone Singer. Oh, I see. This might actually be a win by annihilation from Pink. No need even to kill the Eldar army. He found the portal, the gate, and that's over now. The Bone Singer is here repairing stuff. And so InSANE has been annihilated. Pink was about to lose the fight for sure. A lot more Eldar were in here fighting, but he lost track of his buildings. Completely forgot about the annihilation win condition. Forgot about his buildings here in the lower position. Didn't repair, didn't rebuild anywhere, and so Pink wins the game. What a crazy game. So many good games today. That was massive. Back and forth from both. Still felt like the Eldar could win this. Only if he had some economy to rebuild and more Bone Singers, maybe he would have won. Anyways, well deserved victory for Pink, no doubt. Unusual play also by Pink, a lot of Storm Boys. Finally we saw more knobs in action as well. Very well done. And those looted tanks, of course. They weren't very useful. But still good to see how they work out in vanilla games. Pink probably could have won that game if he somehow dealt with all of those bright lenses a lot earlier. The bright lenses at his base, which destroyed half of the base. Okay, time for a game on Valley of Khorne. This map becoming more rare in our videos. However, it was very popular still in vanilla. Part of the ranked map pool. Select versus Hunk on Valley of Khorne. Another select style opening here, double generator before the aspect portal. We'll get the relic quickly. Some weird decisions from select. Okay, I see now 3 squads of guardians, so why not? So, double generator opening, Farseer and 3 guardians. Only select plays like that for now in vanilla. Not reacting fast enough with the shrine here. Waited a bit. From Hunk, double banner. And 3 slugger boys. Well, there's no big threat of rush from the Eldar into the work. I am not sure why he built the second banner so fast. Still feels like generator instead of the second banner is much better. Well, expecting aggression from Hunk. In this case, probably will try an all-in. Goes in with the mech and the slugger boys for the start. We'll scout the Eldar, see what's the situation here. Brings the second squad, casts the Mind War into that big mech. Well, with some decent micro select should be able to hold this early aggression from the Orc just fine. Runs away nicely from the slugger boys, then stops and shoots. Like it should be done. With this amount of power he can also upgrade all the LP2s, has one upgraded already. Now I like it from select, he's taking care of economy. A more economy focused build, and no doubt he wants that soul shrine placed as well. If he goes for guardian mass, he needs the warlocks and upgrades. Those upgrades are getting researched in the soul shrine in vanilla. A lot of boys here early game from Hunk, going aggressively into select's base. Sort of an all-in. Now I see why he wanted a double banner quickly. Now he also built a generator. 80 to 10 economy, focuses on the LP2. Will probably take it down, but at what cost? A lot of boys will die. Well, 3-4 slugger boys got killed by that LP2 or even more. Not bad. It also gave some income, some requisition income, probably paid off. Now 3 squads of guardians here easily should manage and deal with these slugger boy squads, although it will take a while. Looks like they're getting reinforced. Also, big mech now will take down the generators with the boys. Where is the Farseer? Select lost the Farseer somehow. Okay, manages to kill a slugger boy here in the middle. Time to go back to base and save yourself. Another 2 LP2s upgraded here, 74 to 10 economy for select. Should have built this shrine. Now what Hunk could try and do is jump, get here with the Gretchens, build the LP and then start building banners or barracks. Some of those shooting buildings. Well, the Farseer is back out, casts the Mind War into the big mech. And with this huge amount of guardians, we'll easily fight back the Orks now from the base, even if they've got the nob leaders. Very action-packed from the very beginning. I love it. Today's game's really on fire, all of them so good. And tier 2 on the way now for select. Nice bank on power, doesn't need another generator. With this bank he can also upgrade the LPs again, and will even have enough for upgrades in tier 2. Manages to fight back the Ork, however he did not notice that Hunk owns this, it seems. Should have decapped at least. Slugger boys now are receiving their big shooters. Now with the Guardians you can't really push into the Ork base. Can't push into the LP2s, into the pylon guns. So select has to go back, take back his points. Yeah, look at that.
We are shaped by fate just as we shape it.
Bone Singers cannot build this. Select still did not figure that it's controlled by the Ork only now. He will decap it.
What is your wish?
And we'll also get 2 critical locations at once. Hunk goes out again. Don't let that Eldar chill and take the map so easily. As a result, the mech receives another Mind War. More damage. Well, ideally, your infantry should be dealing damage at all times. You have to keep them active. All the time, try to deal some damage. With a good micro, that should be possible. But maybe not worth it. I mean, you have to save your energy, your stamina for the bigger fights. Don't exhaust yourself. Another powerful attack from Hunk in here, now with the big shooters. Guardians easily killed by the big shooters, no chances without upgrades. I guess now they will get those upgrades from the Soul Shrine and the Warlocks. A much needed addition for Eldar's infantry. 3 LP2s in here and the Warp Spiders jumping in the back of the shooter boys. A grenade also cast in those boys. So much creativity here from the Eldar. Loses everything he can. And somehow Hunk gets scared and runs back. Too much firepower. Big Mech was low, cannot stay for longer under those LP2s. Entangle ability, I guess that's the name of it, from the Guardians. Warlock stuns the squad for about 10 seconds. 98 to 10. Economy for select. 98 to 30 for Orks. Better economy for Hunk. Doesn't have enough yet for the mech shop. So much back and forth already. We're not even halfway through. Not easy to end the games in here unless you do all-ins, but even the all-ins fail, as we just saw. This is a very defensive map. Economy based tech mostly, not so much aggression. Well, thankfully we had more than enough fights already in this game. I remember the Soulstorm games on Valley of Khorne would usually be turtling in the base and taking up to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 even. Not much action early game. In vanilla, however, it starts from the very first minute. A bit of a float on requisition here from Select. Not so many resources for Hunk, does not have a bank. Can't even save for the mech shop, the big mech got killed. Another nice grenade. And during this disruption, the warp spiders jump in and deal a ton of damage until the Orks get up. Very nice micro from Select, good moves with his infantry. Got rid of his float somehow, probably going tier 3.
The future is clouded and uncertain.
In patch 1.2 in vanilla we don't have a lot of balance changes, only a few bugs got fixed in this patch, mostly related to the lobby, I guess. However, in version 1.3 there will be a lot of balance changes, so I guess it'll get even more fun with version 1.3 and later on. Still 2 Slugger Boy squads from Hunk, the big mech alive, half HP up, and a Shooter Boy squad. A 3rd Slugger Boy squad came out. Works economy not so good for the 13th minute. Lost this LP2 in there. Selects masterfully managed to keep all the Guardian squads alive throughout all that early game mess. All the Guardians are still alive. 2 squads having the Warlocks. Added now on the 3rd squad as well. Another attempt from Hunk now to go in, but it will be much more difficult now with all this amount of infantry from Select and the entanglement from the Warlocks. What a nightmare. Very good combination from Select, combines well the infantry, not just pure Warp Spider mass as the other Eldar do. Love that creativity from Select. Big mech very low on HP. I guess it can get another, yeah, gets the grenade, the mind war, and the squad will definitely go down. Shooter boys here, no, a Slugger boy squad still gets stunned. Heavily focused by the Warp Spiders, but all the damage being absorbed by the Nob Leader. It can resist the damage from the Warp Spiders for a long time. Oh boy. And again Select manages to push back Hunk. No matter how hard Hunk is trying, Select manages to get on top of each fight somehow. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Hunk is getting out of his mind. How in the world is he supposed to deal with that? Good focus on that Brightlands with the big shooters. Select cannot push so hard in yet. A 110 to 30 economy for Orks. Finally he gets out some vehicles. A war truck is out. Will they get inside the war truck, I wonder? No, they won't. Okay, a squad of guardians got killed in the previous fight. 2 left.
We live to move.
Still more than enough for what Orks got in there. Only needs more bright lenses. And that warp spider equipment, hopefully he's got it. The grenades to cast into the war trucks. No tier 3 yet from Select by the look of it. Does not build that portal. Another item from Hunk to go in. Not enough infantry. Once again his squad's getting stunned, receiving the guardian plasma grenades. And once again Orks attack will fail. Can't finish off that Eldar. Another stun in here. Big Mech cannot even run away. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Very strong and powerful stuff here from Select. Using the faction's ability to the full, almost. Only if he wouldn't float like that. Come on, move your farce here. Don't let her die. From those war trucks, no chances for the farce here. 4 war trucks, oh boy. Select will need a lot of bright lenses to deal with them. 3 at least, preferably more. Will this even get finished? Finally Select is tier 3 and placed the support portal. Hunk didn't even see it, apparently, doesn't know. Now he sees, but he will not go in and kill those bone singers, it seems. Okay, another brightness gets out. Hunk focusing on destroying Eldar's economy. Now all the firepower absorbed by the brightness. Trying to save it won't work. And how do you stop it now, Select? Again, he lacks anti-vehicle. Warp spiders probably have the grenades, however. At least 1 truck in here got destroyed, another one very low HP. No, it was not destroyed, both of them will go back. A stone is researched in the portal, probably for the fire prisms. Well, I hope. A fire prism in here might be able to save the day, even though it has quite low damage to vehicles. Trucks only have 900 HP, not so much. So a fire prism might be able to deal with 2 trucks. Farseer will also kill the big mech once again. This is so insane. Will that fire prism save Select from this defeat from like it looks now? That's definitely a fire prism being trained in the portal. It takes a lot of time to be produced. Only the Farseer now will also die, probably, yeah. No infantry left for Select. He sends the fire prism in the middle for some reason. What's this movement in here? gets surrounded by the anti-vehicle squads. Bad move with the fire prism in the middle there. And so Hunk finally will manage to destroy Select on this map. What a game, so much back and forth. Fire prism about to go down. Well, Select's mistake, he was not prepared to face so many war trucks. He had to produce a lot of bright lenses in advance, even if he saw no vehicles. It happened to him so many times now that he fights the enemy infantry just fine, but as soon as his opponent gets out some vehicles, he starts to lose the games. A very good game here. Well played by both, except for Select's mistake, unwillingness to produce more bright lenses faster. Very close on military, and even on economy for such a lengthy game. 2000 economy difference, not a big deal for 21 minutes. And on tech close as well. Tier 3 from Select, tier 2.5 from Hunk. Definitely not bad. Alright, I am back after a short break. Time to continue. 3 hours and 30 minutes so far into part 10. It's been amazing. For the first time we will see a new player again, HellFire, also part of Team Inquisition. Charlie's team. On Fallen City in the left. Plays against Team Extreme Noob. Team Extreme, that's Lordy's team in Vanilla. We have seen a lot from Noob in the past. Mains Orks, highly ranked. Should be a good one. War banner and generator. Opening from Noob. Only 2 cultists opening from HellFire. More chaos. Lovely to see more chaos in Vanilla, a very rare faction. For 1v1s especially. Also there will be more team games. For Dawn of War Vanilla for sure. Played as well by these top ranked players. Heretic nicely saved. Was burned almost close to death. Had to run away from the Slugger boys, a threat to the Heretic. 1 touch and he dies. Two squads of cultists. Well, it's not bad. It's a very slow map control for Chaos, however, but allows for production of Chaos Marines faster. Chaos Army completely out of position. Here the mech stops and finishes off a heretic. The LP was not finished. Should send this one in here and build it. Finish that LP. From Noob we've got Shooter Boys, by the look of it, right. And the full HP Big Mech trying to destroy this generator in the Chaos base. Sweet one. He might even manage to save it. Chaos Army, all of it out of position, far away from the base. More than half HP down on the generator. HellFire struggling with LPs build up around the map. Will take a while. Here comes the Chaos Lord and the mech probably has the jump. Reloaded by now, will jump away, right. That's how you save yourself from the Chaos Lord, only jump. You either jump away. With Fleet of Foot is also possible to escape the Chaos Lord. I mean the Farseer with the Fleet of Foot, and if you don't have any of those, just fight the Lord in close combat, exchange the damage. Better than just trying to run away and getting killed for nothing. A nice mass of infantry here from Noob in the meantime. 3 squads. 2 squads of Shooter Boys, a squad of Slugger Boys. Pylo guns is up, and now Noob can start adding those big shooters. Listening post only now got finished, and the big shooters are here from Noob. Takes control of the relic as well now. Very good map control from Ork. Chaos also now controlling all of his points. Glad to see that the players starting to get those relics faster, even on Fallen City. Very far away from the base. So the level got higher and higher in vanilla, with basically with each expert clash part that we watched. This one definitely the best so far. I loved every single game we watched today. Chaos Marines with more HP compared to the Orks. Very low HP for the big mech, almost got killed. Chaos Lord more than half HP, forces Noob to retreat. Big shooters won't save you when that Chaos Lord has so much HP. He can tank a lot of damage, move into the Orks, and keep the boys alive. Okay, and the Noob leaders now getting added to the squads. Only 2 LP2s upgraded for Orks. 92 to 20 economy. Tier 2 up. Maybe we'll go for the custom blaster. That's how that OP mech ranged combat weapon is called. But you need 80 war population cap, 80 resource power, a lot of war banners. 7 war banners for being able to research that upgrade. That's a lot of requisition. Very risky if you rush it. Noob will not take that risk. Instead he will add the Mad Dogs and go attack from the other side now. Don't give Chaos too much time. Tier 2 by the look of it for Chaos. Might be tier 2 or maybe not. Grenade launchers have been added on the cultists as well. Even with the Mad Dogs around here, grenade launchers will deal a lot of damage. Boys losing morale. The abilities from the Mad Dogs were not used, unfortunately, by Noob. That was a terrible mistake. He lost a lot of infantry and the big mech. He should have used those abilities much faster. Before he went in, he had to cast the ability and then charge at that LP2. That was a terrible move from Noob in there. Can even cost him the game, and might be one of the reasons for this game to get overextended. It's quite long. Machine Pit placed by Chaos, tier 2. Okay, now he is tier 2. War banners here, 2 of them, and LP2 can't really go through this area for Chaos Marines. Have to hold back. A squad of cultists got killed in there. Bad overlook from HellFire. Well, some mistakes from both.
What do you want?
Nothing critical though. Machine Pit almost finished. Also the sacrificial circle was built. You can get the sorcerer out of this building. You cannot get it from the HQ. You produce it in the sacrificial circle in vanilla. Here he comes. Also different voice acting for the sorcerer. Sindri, a different character compared to the next expansion, so they had to have different voice actings. Lord Bale and Sindri in vanilla and Winter Assault, I guess. HellFire tried to go in from the left. Too many Orks in here, will be easily pushed back. Noob made sure to mass a lot of boys in here. Well, both Chaos commanders will survive by the look of it, but he lost a squad of Chaos Marines. The other squad has anti-vehicle. Not even anti-infantry. Can't fight all these boys. Okay, now looks like Noob will do a much better engagement. He casted the Mad Dog ability on the mech squad. If they get to low HP, they won't die for a period of time. A Predator in here, and there's no anti-vehicle from Orks. How do you deal with it? Only shooting from range probably won't help. The tank got stunned, but looks like he's still shooting. The sorcerer casts his area of effect stun also on all the Ork infantry. Most of the squads got affected by the damage and the stun. Good holding here from HellFire for now. Sorcerer goes in, full HP. Probably the first one died. This is a new one. Predator almost down. Surprised how quickly it got destroyed. Almost no anti-vehicle for Orks. Only now some rocket launchers got added to the boys, equipped. Probably another Predator getting out. HellFire should try Defilers. Might help. The first Predator destroyed. Sorcerer about to get killed in there, surrounded by greenskins. Casts another stun. The stun also deals some damage, not only stuns. Can he kill that mech? If the sorcerer manages to kill the mech, Chaos can still stand a chance in this fight. No, the sorcerer almost dead. Only the Predator now can save Chaos. Another stun, but it won't stop the Predator from shooting. He only cannot move, but he still can deal the damage. And now starts to move. Not sure how this stun even works, probably bugs out all the time. I don't get it. Feels like HellFire is completely dead in here, nothing besides that Predator in here to keep him into the game, but the Lord Baal is back. Now Lord Baal will definitely deal with that big mech and push back the Orks perhaps. Sorcerer even somehow survived in this battle. I wonder how. He probably jumped somewhere. Casts another stun and stuns most of the Slugger boys. Gets killed in range now, finally. Well, with the big mech dead, the boys here lost morale, they can't really fight. And once again, HellFire looks like we'll be able to hold and push back the greenskins. Another nice back and forth game. Far from over. Chaos tier 2 still, but in tier 2 here you can produce the possessed Chaos Marines. They move very slowly though at first when they get out. You have to research the speed upgrades on them. And the Flamer. They have more upgrades in vanilla. The Sorcerer is back. Another stun here cast on this infantry. Good one. Will also help the possessed Marines to deal more damage in there. Chaos Lord getting slaughtered by the Nob leaders. Bunch of Nob leaders here managed to kill the Chaos Lord. And even the Sorcerer suffers a bit, lost half HP almost from this squad. Big Mech is back, but can he hold against the possessed Chaos Marines? I wonder. Oh, a Defiler was made even. Very nice. I love it now from HellFire. Sends it towards the Ork base, takes down an LP2 and now will destroy that pile of guns. What do we have from Noob? Mostly this infantry here, not much else, no mech shop. The income gets lower. Has nothing in here to deal with the Defiler. What's this damage, man? How did he destroy that generator in one hit? From here. It feels like the Defilers are even more powerful in vanilla. Really surprised, not sure how he destroyed that generator in one hit. It had half HP. Maybe it's also the work building, very low HP for the work buildings. HellFire now sending the cultists towards Noob's base, probably will decap this and this point. And Orks economy getting lower and lower. He lost 2 listening posts, 79 to 10 economy will only get worse when the points will be decapped. For Chaos, about the same. He lost some listening posts and might lose now the machine pit. Still nothing in here to stop the Defiler. 2 shooter boy squads got trained, now get a rocket launcher equipment to deal with this Defiler. Sorcerer has surprisingly high damage even in close combat. Yeah, he's got that default ability as well. which we have in Soulstorm. And another Defiler is here at base, probably will manage to defend from all these Orks. In Soulstorm at least the Defilers work very well against infantry mass from Orks. Okay, looks like it got stunned by the mech in there. Sorcerer with very low HP still gets a beating from the mech. Low HP and does not have nearly as much damage as the mech in close combat. Doesn't stand a chance, but of course he's got some nice abilities. The area of effect stun at least looks quite broken to me. Oh, Lord Bale is back once again, as well as the Lord Sindri, or probably not a Lord. A very good cast of these abilities now from the Sorcerer, Stun and that other ability. I know the stun is called Chains of Torment, not sure about the other ability, the standard one, which deals also area of effect damage. Impossible now to deal with these Chaos Commanders without the mech in here, without Nob Leaders. Also Defiler as a support. And Chaos manages to hold, surprisingly. It looked so desperate. Now he manages to push back all the Orks out of his base. Good thing he also sent that Defiler in here, dealt some economy damage to the Ork, while his base was assaulted by that bunch of Ork infantry. Not the best economy though for any of the players. 71 to 40 for Chaos, 70 to 10 for Orks. Noob with a worse economy. Chaos Commanders here easily dealing with a big mech. Even the Chaos Lord alone will deal with it. Defiler somehow got destroyed, yeah. A lot of rocket launchers here equipped to the boys. More than enough anti-vehicle for one Defiler. What next? Some floats from Chaos. Sorcerer probably got killed, yeah. Only Lord Bale left.
Where's the fighting?
Another Chaos Predator. Well, that's an even easier target for the boys, I guess. The Predator does not disrupt Ork infantry. Sorcerer also being trained very quickly, in like 15 seconds, probably the same production time as the big mech, might well be. Nice commander. The Predator was sent towards the top right to push back this Shooter Boy squad, maybe even kill it. Yeah, that squad is dead basically. If only the Predator would stop and finish it off. Oh, we'll fail with the focus.
What do you want?
Enemies of the dark gods, beware!
Chaos Lord now was quite low in HP and got attached to the possessed Chaos Marines. If they run so slowly in vanilla, I guess attaching commanders to them was acceptable until they get the speed boost. Predator more than half HP down, another 2 very nice abilities cast on the boys. Sorcerer jumps in and will disrupt the infantry, saves that Predator for a while longer. The mech getting a beating once again here from the possessed Marines and Chaos Lords, as well as the Sorcerer, and looks like Chaos once again wins the fight. Orks simply cannot get through. Sorcerer abilities really look insanely good here in vanilla. The area of effect stun won this fight basically for Chaos. Now the cultists with the equipped grenade launchers are here to fight the boys. Noob has no choice but to retreat, and with such a ridiculously low economy now, he won't even be able to recover probably after the next bad fight. 86 to 10, 63 to 50 for Chaos. Lower economy for Chaos on Requisition, but he can keep producing those Predators with this power income. Predator was sent far away from the Orc infantry now, one harassing Orcs economy. Killing the Gretchens first. Yeah, big destruction for Noob, and now that he goes in there towards the Predator, HellFire can charge into this LP2 and 3 unupgraded banners. Easy target for even the Sorcerer. Very high damage here on Orc buildings from these Chaos units. Especially the Sorcerer, even in vanilla, he's got very high DPS to buildings. Yeah, what was that? One hit and it's down. Noob out of position. Where is the mech? Okay, the mech is here. HellFire cannot afford staying under the firepower from those work buildings for too long. His requisition income is too low to reinforce. Even worse now for Orks. 76 for Chaos, 58 for Orks. What a close game though. Another one of those crazy 1v1s for part 10.
Cross me and die.
It may feel like I intentionally left the best games for part 10, but the fact is, we're watching them in chronological order, all these games, and I will stick to this plan. Two Predators now from HellFire. Noob barely now managing to fight these possessed Chaos Marines. Will push them back out of his stronghold position. Man, that big mech stun does not work. Noob probably got upset and quits. What a nice game from HellFire. Now I want to watch more from this Chaos player. Epic holds in this game. Of course, Noob made some mistakes also, not a flawless game by any means from many of the players, but it was great fun to watch. 208 units killed by HellFire. A lot of Orks, basically doubled the kill amount of Noob. Economy was very close, slightly higher income for HellFire on power, and he needed that income for vehicle production. While Noob mostly had infantry the entire game. And apparently if the Ork masses infantry, you should mandatorily produce that sorcerer and possessed Chaos Marine squad. Looks like that's the answer to Ork infantry mass. Very nice game, yeah. Almost 30 minutes. This might be the same replay loading. I probably did not delete it. Let me see. Yeah, it's the same game. Let's jump into the next one. On Meeting of Minds. Oh boy, and Charlie will play Eldar. As I said before, we will see more races from Charlie, Eldar and Space Marines even. On the right, Charlie with Eldar. In the left, one guy playing Orks. We already saw a best of 3 between these two, right? And one guy won it 2-1. That was 2 games Ork Mirror 1-1, and the third game Eldar versus Orks, which one guy also managed to win. Now let's see, this is the 4th game in this video now between these two. Sometimes I may lose count of how many games we watch, and especially who is playing against who, because we watch too many replays in a part. A lot of replays still to go, so maybe we will reach even up to part 100 by the end of Winter Assault expansion. Might well be.
Hello? Who's there? Yes.
From Charlie basic opening, aspect portal, generator, and it's probably the first time I see Eldar with the default color scheme being played. Farseer and 2 guardians here. Warp spiders probably on the way in there. Well, if one guy managed to beat Charlie in Ork Mirror at least once, against Eldar it would make sense to defeat Charlie even more easier. However, let's also keep in mind that Charlie knows very well the Ork weaknesses, so he probably knows exactly what to make as an Eldar against Orks.
I sense the enemy. They are closing in.
Farseer first scouts the map nicely and will bring the warp spiders now that he knows where the Ork infantry is located. He will save the jumps. Not a single jump was used yet on the warp spiders. Smart. No need for grid. 2 Slugger Boy squads in here from one guy and the big mech. Charlie sending his warp spiders towards the top left point. An LP2 in here already. Warp spiders in danger, can't fight there. Much faster economy for the Orks, 92 to 10 now, 79 to 10 for Eldar. Pile of guns placed here for one guy, and the third banner already. No, the fourth one. 2 banners in there, 2 banners in here. And so Ork hits tier 2. Well, he's got only the big mech out. What did he expect? That's a very fast tier 2, and apparently he's going for the Mega Blaster. The custom blaster for the big mech, that gun. The ranged combat gun. Yeah, he's building quickly these war banners. He can afford 2 more banners, and then he can upgrade the custom blaster. Yeah, that's what he will do. Places the 7th banner now.
Victory countdown has begun.
No, that was the 6th banner. Apparently you get the resource immediately once you place the banner, or what? 4 banners in here, another 2 in the base. Yeah, that's 70. Gretchen's got stuck. You get 10 from each banner, and you have 10 by default from the stronghold, I guess. Initial limit is 10, so yeah, 6 banners would be 70. 7 banners would be 80. Population cap. And now that will allow one guy to research that custom blaster for the big mech. The weapon which Charlie probably expects. He does not see any aggression so far from one guy. About to hit tier 2 soon here. 128 to 40 economy for the Eldar, full map control with 3 critical locations under control and taken hold. 5 more minutes to go until it triggers.
Don't bother me. I'm working on something.
No gun yet. Probably being researched. Oh, now here we have it. It's not the default pistol which Big Mech has at the start. It looks much more differently now, as you can see. And in one hit it can kill like 3-4 members in a squad of infantry. It deals no damage to buildings, however, and I mean, it deals very low damage to buildings and vehicles, but very effective against all sorts of infantry and probably even commanders. Acceptable economy for work. Charlie holds back. He is scared of that gun. He knows what that gun is capable of. Will not go in just yet. Big generator placed in there by the Eldar. Charlie sees it. Or maybe no, he doesn't. Only if he looked. Oh, it got cancelled. Wait, it was Charlie's big generator, right? So he cancelled it then. Goes in with warp spiders, destroys some orc buildings quickly, used some grenades, I suppose, in there. Oh, here we have the Big Mech's weapon in action. Well, a lot of warp spiders got killed in here, at least 4 of them. From this squad, the remaining members very low HP. Forced Charlie to jump away from the relic.
We've got to go.
Still time to operate. By fate, just as we should.
Support portal halfway done. Charlie, tier 3 basically.
3 minutes until taken all victory.
And I bet we should expect fire prisms from Charlie. He knows it's a nightmare for the orc infantry. Oh, did you see that? One hit or two from the mech and the guardians basically deleted from the face of the earth by the mech's gun. Time for the warp spiders. Well, they got a bit more HP, but still very effective against the warp spiders as well, until the mech loses morale. Charlie holding surprisingly well, considering Eldar is not his race. Got the Seer Council out now. And probably fire prisms will get out soon. Difficult to kill this big mech. One guy could even use the mad dogs to extend his survivability with those upgrades. Yeah, here a mad dog in here was alive, just killed by the Seer Council. Big mech will follow the warp spiders, kills them even on the move.
Waiting here is but a phase of our existence. Still time to operate! Strike quickly while our enemy slumbers.
Far series here, getting closer to the big mech, casts the Mind War and bye bye mech, no more custom blaster damage. Huge floats in here from one guy. Only 2 generators during this time, did not have enough infantry, also should have produced a lot more infantry. Well, he's got the mech shop up, at least. We'll need huge amounts of anti-vehicle now to deal with those fire prisms. They will get out sooner or later. I'm sure of that. Another jump in here from Charlie. Takes down the post from the relic. Used the grenades, most likely. And the mech is back to life. Surrounds now the warp spiders in here nicely. And kills at least 1 warp spiders in 1 hit, if he does not miss. Well, I guess the warp spiders have double armor upgrade. What is this shooting? Why he shoots the ground? Probably Charlie ordered the mech to shoot the ground. Finally, one guy hitting tier 3 in here.
Where's the target?
Tongue Bust is alive, infiltrated. At least something in here to deal with those fire prisms later on. No stone was researched yet in the support portal, so we won't see it soon. Oh, looks like it's getting researched now.
future is clouded and uncertain.
Charlie not in a rush to go in and end this. He will hold and wait for the fire prisms. That's what will stop the mech and that orc infantry. Farseer is the detecting unit. Here I see. I guess the commanders are the detection units in vanilla on each faction. A lot of boys in here will get slaughtered by the warp spiders. No need for the fire prisms even. One guy will suffer. Okay, the war boss is here. Big mech dying, war boss will finish off that Farseer. Now that's a nice fatality also. Time to deal with that Seer Council squad. However, Orks in here outnumbered. Even if the war boss, the best commander, etc., when outnumbered, even the war boss will lose morale. I guess he can recover the morale if he activates the ability. The war ability boosts morale of all the orcs and they will deal more damage. Good ability for when you charge in. Okay, fire prism out finally. And it will go and jump right into that orc infantry. Poor warp spiders just got melted by that big mech weapon. Not sure how they died so quickly. Fire prism truly devastating against the infantry. Lost half HP, however. Should get repaired. Even the war boss might get killed by the LP2. Another fatality performed on the Farseer. Oh boy, that mech fatality and the war boss fatality probably the best in the game. That's brutal. Fire prism getting repaired. Second fire prism out. There's only one bad thing about the fire prisms. They deal low damage to commanders and vehicles. The custom blaster again, killing that warp spider squad in 2 hits. Anyways, feels like this fire prism would force one guy to retreat from here. Most of his infantry got killed. He's got a huge bank, however, getting tank busters in position to meet and destroy that fire prism. 4 squads of tank busters, oh boy. Well, I guess that will be enough to take down a fire prism. Huge floats also from Charlie, pretty understandable. He is not used to the race. I cannot say he is slow. When you are not used to a race, you will likely float a lot. You have to figure out stuff on the move. What upgrades to research, what units to produce. When he plays Orks, even with very high economies, he almost never floats. Oh, that was a bad move in here with the Fire Prism. Should be careful with those tank busters. And once again one guy will go in. No need to overextend. Now he definitely has enough anti-vehicle here. Tank Busters, a close combat unit in vanilla. They deal very good damage to vehicles and buildings, I suppose. You can also use Tank Busters in close combat in Soulstorm, and they will deal good damage to vehicles as well. Not sure about buildings. Oh yeah, look at that. The Fire Prism is dead. That was quick. Now Charlie will probably take notes from this game for the future. That's how you deal with the Fire Prisms, man. Of course, there are a lot of anti-vehicle squads in here, but very effective when massed in big numbers like that. Only the Farseer left now for Charlie. He lost everything, and this is the end of it, I believe. Nothing to stop all these works now. Again, insanely high economy here for one guy. Upgraded all the banners located outside the base. Very well done. He plays Orks very well. Second game as Eldar for Charlie. Well, maybe he played some more. But still, the fact is, he did not main Eldar. Lasted for a long time, but I guess the work was not aggressive enough in the early stages of the game. If one guy would do some kind of all-in, maybe he'd manage to destroy Charlie much faster. Yeah, Big Mech's custom blast also deals good damage to commanders in range. Farseer dead once again. Huge waves of greenskins keep marching towards the Eldar base. Oh, I see. Charlie couldn't get that Fire Prism out because he had full vehicle cap somehow. He did not know that the webway gates provide more cap, so we had to wait until a Fire Prism got out. Well, this was fun, at least from the Orks' perspective. A nice display of Big Mech's weapon this time, although we also saw it in the past. A lot of tank busters and boys with rockets launcher, very effective as well against vehicles. One guy leading the way here basically on everything. Infantry, economy, tech. Much stronger army also. Good game and well played. Solid games today from one guy. I love them all. Next game, another one on Meeting of Minds, chosen Havoc. I guess Havoc will be it, his nickname. Space Marines versus Eldar. Plays versus InSANE here. On Meeting of Minds in the right. Two Guardian squads from InSANE. Has quite a few nicknames in vanilla. InSANE, I mean. All these accounts in high rank. Top 10 on the ladder.
The future seems so clear.
At your command.
Nice quick map control also from Space Marines. How many scouts, however? Only 2 scout squads by the look of it. 3 scout squads. Another one here. Tactical Marines and Force Commander now out. No generator, of course. Probably wants to mass a lot of Marines early. And bunches from the Eldar.
Yes.
LP plays during the decap, sadly.
The future seems so clear.
And so Havoc will save that point. He says it's legit. Not sure what he means.
Our cries herald the coming of
Well, I guess InSANE will take it down anyway.
Scouts here.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
we are the messengers of doom. We are the messengers of doom.
When outnumbered like that, bunches can't really tank in all that damage from the scouts. InSANE here forced to go back. We saw similar games from him in the past. Tries to support the Banshee opening with the Guardians at the start, ignores even the map control. Honestly, I think Select performs this build a bit better. Or maybe it's just me. Yeah, there are a lot of Marines in here, difficult for the Banshees to go in. Havoc goes into the Eldar's base. Yeah, this is definitely an all-in from Havoc. Not sure if he will be able to succeed with this all-in rush. Raw tier 1 Tactical Marines, Scouts. Force Commander chasing that Farseer. Won't manage to catch her. Psychic Storm cast in here by InSANE. Bunch is now dealing with the Tactical Marines. Guardians helping, and looks like InSANE will manage to hold. Not an easy fight, however. Good focus on the Scouts also from the Guardians. Focuses the squishy squads first, then deal with the remaining ones.
At your command.
And that's how you hold a Space Marine all in vanilla from the Eldar's perspective. Very well done. And now time to get this relic. Come on.
What would you have us do?
The Space Marine player lost 2 scout squads at least, 1 left. Was so busy in there that even didn't notice that he didn't build that listening post in the base. Now how do you stop this counter-attack, Havoc? Does not even think of building up generators or armory. Doesn't have enough for the armory, in fact. Will produce more infantry again, recover somehow, and maybe we'll manage to hold in the end.
This day shall be a glorious one.
Powerful attack in here from InSANE. 2 squads of Bunches, 1 squad almost dead, only 2 members in the squad without morale. The second squad of Bunches also losing morale. Only the Farseer as the damage dealing unit and Guardians. Heavily focusing that Force Commander, which is attached now to a Tactical Marine squad. Non-stop action so far, loved it. So much early game action in vanilla, that was truly... I don't even know, probably a blessing for the players. Never get bored, jump right into the action from the very beginning. The battle here still rages on. The Bunches recovered their morale and can keep fighting, of course. Tactical Marines are gonna lose. Not nearly as good as the Bunches in close combat. Powerful attack by InSANE. And Havoc basically done with his rush. Now sitting on 74-0. Low economy, not enough to recover if he loses a fight. 85-10 for InSANE. With this economy he can afford another squad of Guardians, doesn't have a limit probably. And get that relic, then critical locations. Havoc somewhat upset. Does not know how to deal with this. Definitely difficult to deal with the Bunches, I see, for the Space Marines. I am not sure if Assault Marines would do any better. Select also won one guy, I guess, earlier in the video as Eldar against Space Marines. I'd like to see someone like Android or Orks against this Eldar build, and maybe we will see. How Space Marines are supposed to deal with this. 2 squads of Bunches, very well reinforced, probably not to the max, but it wasn't necessary. The only downside here for InSANE, he does not control the relic and the critical locations. However, still we're on a much better economy. Havoc overextending, I think we need to fast speed this up until it gets into the action, of course. One last attempt here from Havoc to hold back, maybe defend. Looks desperate though, looks very bad. Guardians, great addition to the fights, even without their upgrades in tier 1. Well, that's a nice game from the Eldar's perspective at least. How to deal with Space Marine all-in rush. Would have been a good lesson for anyone back then who was playing Eldar, I guess. GG, yeah. Kinda one-sided in the end once the Space Marine rush failed. Exemplary game, however, from InSANE, as always. Looked a bit ugly at the start. I guess that's because Select's Farseer and Bunches get out faster, because he starts with double aspect portal and InSANE doesn't. InSANE produces them one by one, so he goes into attack a bit later compared to Select. That might be the reason why it looks a bit worse for InSANE at the beginning. However, after the initial attack failed, he came back into this really well. It was a close fight there in the Eldar base at the start. Six more games to go. In the left and outer reaches now, one guy once again playing Eldar versus Pink. I lost track of the games, who played against who before. I really do not remember all the games already. Double Guardian opening here from one guy. Portal and Generator. From Pink, only War Banner for now. And places a Generator only after he finishes the listening post. Interesting. Oh, I see, he has 3 squads of boys out. He could not afford a Generator right after the banner, because he got out 3 squads of Slugger boys. Sends one to take a critical location quickly. This one here is good to get. It provides vision from a portion of the enemy base as well. If you're lucky, you will get some nice information Well, usually the players tend to avoid building in here, so they will not allow the opponent to see their stuff. In the middle here, Big Mech taking a beating from the Guardians and Farsia, absorbed the Mind War for sure, half HP down. Double generator on 44 to 10 income, that's now risky from Pink. A bit of a grid on economy from Pink here. Now Big Mech starts to fight that Farsia. Gets the Psychic Storm, got cast on the mech, still absorbs the damage even if he runs from the area. If the ability is cast on the squad, it would still damage the squad if it retreats from the area. Or in this case, if the mech jumps. Warp Spiders are here, now the mech is in danger, red HP, no more jump for him to get saved. Pink trying to win time, probably with this mech destruction. Keeping one guy close to his base. Sadly, not enough chaos games from one guy. I wanted to see more chaos.
The future seems so clear.
Big Mech dead, nothing to stop the Farseer and the Warp Spiders in here. Gretchen's got inside the LP1. Gets so badly disrupted by that Farseer, can't even repair. Two squads of Warp Spiders now from one guy. This is now an LP2, which will go down by the look of it. Almost destroyed. Big Mech very far away, just got out now. And even the war banner gets cancelled. Should get cancelled by Pink. Deleted. Looks like it didn't get cancelled. A mistake. Unfortunate mistake from Pink. Lost 150 requisition in vain. The boys here, surrounded by two Warp Spider squads, will try and fight those spiders in close combat, as well as the mech. Another jump. No, mech is way too low in HP now. Another Psychic Storm cast. And the mech about to die. Sadly, he did not perform a fatality here, would have been saved. And may be able to retreat into that LP1. Very unfortunate for the work. Now one guy going tier 2. Showing some good skills even on the Eldar. Floating a lot with this low income. Does not want to invest resources in those Warp Spiders. Better float. Keep that bank for tier 2 perhaps, or maybe even fast tier 3 into Fire Prisms. Why not? I guess the tier 3 upgrade from the Soul Shrine is about 250 to 150 cost. So it's not expensive. One guy would have enough power, however he wouldn't be able to upgrade the squads if he goes for a fast tier 3. No armor, no optics. Could be a bit of a risk. Tier 2 up now, places a second generator only now. Needs more Bone Singers, come on.
6 minutes until take and hold victory.
Should have made one more to build this long ago. The listening shrine on that relic.
Sod off!
3 LP2s here from pink, close to the base. Gets the relic only now. 98 to 20 economy, better economy compared to Eldar. Well, now it's about the same. It was a bit worse for the Eldar earlier. Upgraded an LP2 in there. And gets the Brightlings. Afraid of work vehicles. And a 3rd squad of Warp Spider. Well, I guess that's it then. Upgrades for infantry from the Soul Shrine and Bright Lances from the gates.
Strike quickly while our enemies
Very effective also. And less risky compared to Fast Fire Prism. Pink in here again going for the Storm Boys. Just like he did on Meeting of Minds. Against InSANE perhaps, I don't remember the players already. He probably played versus InSANE. Pink now being able to push back the Eldar from the middle. Will not allow him to get that critical location as easily. And Ork can even afford to fight under this LP2. Take down the gate, you have the nob leaders on the squads. Now that the Warp Spiders got out, along with the Farseer, that was a mistake. Farseer will definitely die in here. Come on, she's got like 10 HP. Finished off by the Storm Boys before she could cast that Eldritch Storm. Very well done in here by Pink. Deals some damage to the Eldar infantry, however decided not to finish off that LP2, should have stayed and destroyed it. A Brightlings in here, destroying a banner also in the middle, badly positioned I must say by Pink. And this is now the map vision from the Orks side. A very good economy, it improved a lot. 110 to 20 income for Orks, 104 to 30 for Eldar, 98. Now he's losing the top position. Can't really hold it. Too many boys in there. Warp Spiders are outnumbered, no Farseer. Even going in there with the Warp Spiders will be a risk. If Storm Boys and Slugger Boys start charging into them, they'd be in trouble. Farseer back. Back on the map. And low income, now he's lost both points from the upper side. 74 to 30. I guess he can still last in this game if he reinforces the Warp Spiders nicely and upgrades them. A squad of Bunch is also out and a Brightlings.
What is it? The duck is in!
Mech shop up for Pink.
Green is best. What are you waiting for? This
I'm
is
working
taking
on
forever.
Starts to mass up a lot of boys now. The Mad Dogs are out, prepares to cast the spells. Another terrible banner placement in here. Easily outranged by the Brightlings. will go down in like 3 hits from the Brightlands. Yeah, that's unfortunate. 5 HP left and the banner goes down. Okay, the Farseer attached to the Banshee squad, not bad. Eldritch Storm cast in the middle, and the LP2 gets destroyed by both Eldritch Storm and this Brightlands. Slowly one guy moving onward here. Pink cannot afford to lose that pile of guns. He already lost 2 banners in the middle and an LP2. We'll try to go in now and stop the Eldar from this aggression here. Storm Boys suffering against the Banshees, no chances for the Storm Boys. Banshees also got killed, almost the entire squad down. 2 left in the squad. Well, they tanked quite a bit of damage. Instead of the Warp Spiders, better tank damage with the Banshees, why not? Top side of the map now under Pink's control, very well done. Very good economy here for Pink. Can keep this fight going in the middle. Keep up with the reinforcements, keep them coming here. In the middle, brings a war truck. Thanks to the Mad Dogs also, the work infantry here is lasting a lot longer than they should. About time that mech should get disattached. A lot of Warp Spiders, difficult for one guy to micro away in here from the Orks. Getting tied up all the time. Probably not very used to Eldar at this point. And slowly Pink pushes in. Sends the Gretchens now as well. Could be of some use if they will charge at the Warp Spiders. Keep them busy. What a disruption from the Farseer, yeah. Very annoying. Most of the work infantry dead in here. Pink forced to jump away. And one guy manages to hold. Another nice game with back and forth action from both sides. $80 to $30 economy, some LP2 have been upgraded, this one here in front and the one from the back. Eldar economy slightly improved, still much worse compared to Pink's economy. Full map control now from Pink, still loses a point in there at the top side. In the meantime, a Brightlands in here probably will deal with this war track. No, it does not shoot. For some reason it did not shoot at all. Probably pathing. Gretchen's in here, ready to repair. Storm Boy is gonna finish off that Brightlands. And now they want to exchange buildings, it seems. Not a base trade yet. Work losing 2 more banners here at the top side. And both points. Eldar loses an LP2. Will lose the Webway Gate and maybe even the Soul Shrine. That will be a pain. A 121 to 20 economy here for Pink. Keeps producing those Storm Boys, sends them into the Eldar base now. What will they do here?
for a fight.
InSANE does not want a base trade, he can't really go. Even in this mech shop and LP2 here will be a bit of a trouble to breach. No bright lenses to take them down easily. 3 warp spider squads in here, but not enough resources to reinforce, I believe.
6 minutes until taken.
Still outnumbered by the Orks. Good job so far by Pink. InSANE, however, manages to hit tier 3 somehow with this low economy, 79 to 10. Builds the support portal. Wait, it was not finished. Switches to building the soul, the listening shrine, and then back to support portal. Probably a misclick. Could well be. Action packed so far. Looks much worse for the Eldar at this point, but for how longer? If he can get 1-2 fire prisms out, Pink could be in trouble. He has only storm boys and not enough anti-vehicle. Even if the weapons on the war tracks would get upgraded, they'd be defeated by a fire prism. So Pink needs some anti-vehicle squads in here. A lot of warp spiders already, more than enough. More than he actually needs. Oh, a falcon was made by one guy. Not a threat for the work. A falcon looks similar to a fire prism, however. At the beginning, many players confused falcons for fire prisms. Farseerin here surrounded, probably will get saved by the Eldritch Storm. Well cast. Damaged the boys mostly. And Pink now again with full map control, even controlling a point from the Eldar's base. Next to the Eldar's base, it's a matter of time until he wins this game. Basically economic victory here for Pink. One guy still trying to hold up. Two falcons out now, but it won't help. Falcons with the Dark Reapers would have been more of a threat, however without anything inside of them. Falcons alone deal very low damage, and still a lot of Storm Boys are getting killed in here. Don't tell me one guy is gonna get back into this. Big mech about to get killed. What's this? If a fire prism gets out soon, this could be a comeback that we'll see. Pink has a good reserve here at home, preparing the anti-vehicle squads, I see. 4 squads equipped with rocket launchers. Lost most of the Storm Boys, but also dealt with most Warp Spiders. 2 squads left, barely reinforced. 70 to 20 economy against 112 to 50. Feels very much like an economy win for Ork. Even with this high economy, he struggles in the fights. Time to go in. Falcon's easily destroyed by this bunch of rocket launchers. A Viper got produced, I see. Useless in this case, would be destroyed too easily. Farseer now sees the Orc outpost here in front of her base. Time to quit one guy. Stop overextending. Still not a bad game. Surprisingly a good hold by one guy, considering his maining Chaos, not Eldar. He plays all the races pretty well. Viper now getting some damage from the boys. Nice Eldritch Storm once again. Farseer surrounded. Holding until the very last. GG gets called. One guy even manages to kill more orcs, but there were so many orcs. Yeah, Pink's economy allowed him to mass a lot more. And right, he outnumbered Eldar's army 2-1. Well done. Ahead in tech also. Well, not ahead in tech, but the reinforced units, upgrades and research count basically showing us he's having a better technology score. However, Eldar was tier 3, but with much lower economy in the end. By the time he had that support portal up there on the top side, the game was already lost for him, it felt like. Four more games from one guy. Hopefully we'll see some chaos as well. Oh no, Eldar once again. On Valley of Khorne. Once again playing versus Pink. The rematch between Pink and one guy. Same matchup. Probably 3 Slugger Boy squads, once again from Pink. War banner generator. Well, building the generator actually much faster this time, so probably it's 2 squads only. For this closed map, even 2 squads are enough. All the points close to each other, easy to get them. Once you've got the points, you can use the squads for fighting, yeah. Big mech out. Same opening as Charlie would do in most of his games. From one guy, double generator this time. And Farseer.
We are shaped by fate just as we shape it.
Big mech moving onwards towards one guy's base. Probably wanted to scout the race. No chaos.
We are shaped by fate just as we shape it.
I sense the enemy.
Receives the mind war. We'll get Damaged nicely, kills a guardian, performs the fatality. And during the fatality, no units receive any damage. I mean, the unit which performs the fatality does not receive the damage for the duration. Something unique for Dawn of War. Oh boy, and the mech manages to kill a squad of guardians. How? How did Pink manage to do that? And still would not allow this squad to get the other points, thus he is delaying the Eldar's economy by a lot. 2 LP2s in front, upgraded, however, not so bad. 86 to 30 in the meantime for Pink. 68 to 20 for InSANE, for one guy. Has a color scheme similar to InSANE, however. Easy to confuse. Even Select uses such a dark color scheme.
We are shadowy death.
Shall I divine your next move?
Up yours! Where's the fighting? Yeah? Green is best. What?
Two boy squads in here in the middle. Looks like the mech got killed there in the Eldar's base. But oh boy, he paid off so nicely. Delayed these 2 points from the Eldar for so long. Kept Eldar's economy low, it paid off big time. Even killed a squad of guardians. Very good start from Pink. He even manages to save his Slugger boy squad, the second one, which was far away from the base. Saved it from the nasty warp spiders. That's not easy to do. Tier 2 now for Pink. Can build the mech shop once he has enough resources.
We are shaped by fate just as we shape it. What is your wish? We are shadowy death.
Looks good now for one guy going tier 2, a bit behind. Economy is good, however. Only needs to get that anti-vehicle ASAP out. Looks like Pink is preparing to fight the warp spiders. Gets out those storm boys once again. Yeah, 2 squads out now. And researching upgrades in here.
What do you know of war?
Jumps in with a mech and the storm boys. Good micro here with the storm boys. Jumps right next to the warp spiders to tie them up. Also researched the speed boost on the storm boys. Good one. And 2 Slugger boy squads received their nob leaders. Nice ones.
What is it? Storm Boys is ready for a fight. Don't bother me.
Pushes forward into the Eldar's base. 2 LP2s in here, however, might not manage to fight for too long. Needs to be careful now with this push. Pink will kill the Farseer, however. Custom gadgets research also the upgrades. Saves The boys, they can last for a longer under the Eldar firepower. Looks good for pink. 116 to 40 economy, mech shop almost built. 110 to 30 for Eldar. And a hold should be doable. 3 warp spider squads. What a teleport this was on the mech. Should be holdable for one guy still. Doesn't look so bad. Repairs that LP2 there on the relic, cannot afford to lose the shrine on the relic. Sadly, pink suicides into the Eldar's base once again. Well, he dealt some damage,
5 minutes until
but definitely not worth suiciding in here. He did not kill nearly as much as he lost. Builds the 5th generator now. Decent power income. Could even try and maybe get out some killer cans. War trucks and war tracks would be fine as well, no doubt.
Until take and hold victory.
Command me to build.
A bit of a hold from pink after that devastating defeat in the Eldar's base. We'll try again now and go in with the vehicles. Infantry didn't work, no problem. Boys have vehicles too. Surrounds that Farseer in here. Only if he would focus it now, probably would manage to kill her. Oh, a support platform was built and upgraded here in the Eldar's base. 2 hits, however, and the war track goes down. Very good accuracy. Surprising. Yeah, I did not miss a single hit so far. Yeah, I guess if you struggle against work as an Eldar, you build the support platforms and upgrade them. Easily dealing with those war tracks and war trucks. And with infantry you can use warp spiders and bunches to deal with the work infantry. Or even dark reapers. Yeah, Eldar has everything to deal with the work, no matter what work is doing. Eldar has the counters for everything. More grenades into the war tracks. And one guy pushing back the work. His turn now to go in, perhaps. Epic float in here from pink, had about 700 now. Has to get rid of it ASAP. Oh boy, and that's now a very nice Eldritch Storm. As I've been mentioning many times, if you cast it on work buildings, you will take them down very easily. Banners taken down from one Eldritch Storm alone, plus generators if you cast them in the area. If you cast the ability in the area, An Eldritch Storm in this area probably would take down both Warbinders and the generator. Devastating ability against the Orks. Very well cast by one guy also. Mind War not dealing enough damage to the mech this time. It performed a fatality right when the Mind War was cast. Anyways, too much firepower in here from one guy. The big mech alone can't stop this amount of Eldar in there.
What can we do for you?
Pink wants to decap that critical location. And that's a fail. Warp spiders will not allow those storm boys to decap it so easily. And tier 3 is up for one guy now. Support portal almost finished. 3200 HP for Eldar's support portal, a bit lower compared to Space Marines. They have like 4 or 5000 HP for the vehicle production buildings. That's a lot of HP. Very high economy once again from one guy. I love his macro game. Too bad sometimes he's floating. Either floating or saving for tier 4 stuff, I don't know. 3 bright lenses in here, easily taking down the mech shop. And so it goes down. Pink tier 3, what will you do now? The war boss for sure would be nice. Cannot afford that custom blaster yet, not enough war banners, needs one more.
6 minutes until taken hold victory.
And slowly one guy going in. Pink struggling now. Oh, the knobs are here. And the knobs even look differently in vanilla, yeah. They look a bit differently. Now I get why they have also a different voice acting.
Eyes too big to be big.
5 minutes until taken hold victory.
Stopping. No one's bigger than us.
Pink now desperately trying to go in, push back the Eldar from his base, but it won't be easy. He is outnumbered here big time. This should not happen. Ideally, Orks have to outnumber the opponent, not the other way around. And a fire prism even now is here. Good luck, Pink, with that. Has another nob squad at home, must be used. Nobs suffering against the fire prisms. Disruptions too much for them. Second fire prism out now. And a much better and easier game here from oNEgUY compared to the previous. He's getting his revenge. Some greed from Pink, I think, lost him the game. I don't think he can hold against this Eldar attack now. He lost too much early when he attacked the Eldar base. At some point, lost all the infantry for basically nothing.
3 minutes until taking hold victory.
Yeah, this is too much firepower here even for the war boss. 3 fire prisms. 3 warp spider squads, bunches, Farsia, 3 brightnesses. Good combination of units from oNEgUY. No bank now for Ork, cannot recover after these bad fights. Now fire prism damage is much better to buildings, I see, compared to vehicles. At least to the Ork buildings, they take them down quickly. Good job here from oNEgUY, definitely. Pink, however, messed up a bit. Made quite a few mistakes. And oNEgUY is going for his HQ. Stronghold taken down. GG indeed. Pink probably annoyed. What should he have done against the fire prisms? I don't know. Well, what oNEgUY did against Charlie's Eldar felt right. Pink, however, has a different playstyle. He makes more Storm Boys, Nobs, more close combat units. Almost skips the ranged stuff and the tank busters. I guess tank busters as a close combat unit would be a good addition for Pink's army combo. And as I've said before, Pink messed early game, messed it up a bit. The first attack with the mech was very good, but the next 2 attacks after that one were somewhat of a fail. 1-1 now between Pink and oNEgUY. Seems like we have one more game between these two. Another fun best of 3 that we see. On Fallen City, finally oNEgUY gets Orks, not Eldar anymore. Ork mirror on Fallen City. In the left here we have oNEgUY. And Pink on the right. 3 Slugger Boys opening from one guy. His color scheme on Orks, it feels like he's got the same color schemes for both Eldar and Orks. Dark blue and with bits of black. And yeah, even his Chaos Marines are quite dark. Pink moving towards the top side of the map here. One guy's base wants to take his relic. Good plan. Let's see if it will work out. Shows some grid in there. Pink's mech so far dealt more damage. LP2 upgraded, however, for one guy and kills a squad of Slugger Boys for Pink. This one also is in danger now. Not sure if they can escape alive from there. This could be a close fight, however, if not for the LP2. Yeah, easily, one guy will win this easily with the help of the LP2.
What do you want to?
74-10 manages to push back Pink's Slugger Boys as well. Maybe we'll even kill them. Once again, the start is not so good for Pink. In the early game, the previous game, at least it was somewhat okay. He exchanged the mech for a lot of economy damage and a Guardian squad. This time he exchanged the Slugger Boys 2 squads and the mech for a slight delay in economy here on the relic, and that's it. A very bad trade by Pink. Two LP2s up, the outer ones. Good upgrades, gets the relic basically at the same time as one guy. Big shooters now being added to the boys.
What is it? Yeah? Where's the fighting?
A squad received 4 big shooters already. Oh, Pink's big mech once again far away from the enemy army. Not sure why he goes in. There's no way he can do anything here. Under the LP2 and the payload guns, can he really kill all these Gretchens? And then jump away maybe? No, 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 Gretchens will get inside the payload guns and survive. They are not stupid. They might be scary creatures, but definitely not stupid. Exchanging the outer positions, it seems. both having pyro guns. Pink loses his LP2 in here. One guy with the addition of rocket launcher on the boys will manage to destroy Pink's buildings much more easily. He's got a lot of infantry here, while Pink only has the mech. And again he suicides the mech for nothing. Really, I don't get what Pink is doing this game. What are you doing, my friend? Similar army combination from both. Much better looking for one guy, however, both economy and infantry. Also much more ahead in tech. Rip Pink. I don't think he can make a comeback. We'll find out shortly. Finally he decides to go and fight back one guy. Maybe try and get back these points. Jumps in with the mech. One guy's mech is much lower on HP. Can't really win Pink's mech in here. 68 to 20 income for Pink, 128 to 30 for one guy.
What do you want?
Almost feels like a skill gap between these two. One guy showing a much more solid game. Better decision making for sure. And very good macro game. Pink, however, more of a sloppy orc. Sloppy and dirty. But sometimes when he hits really hard.
Where's the fighting?
Got good vision in here. The critical location provides a vision almost up to this point. No threat on that side. And he saw one guy's mech shop now. Runs away. Not safe to stay in here. Only now notices that this point got captured by one guy earlier and decaps it. Big generator also up for one guy. Oh boy. 70 income on power. With this income you can mass killer cans non-stop. Build one more mech shop. Right click on the killer cans and set the rally point to Pink's base. GG, well played, and go have your dinner already.
What do you want?
Pink only now on 40 population cap. Also finished the mech shop on a much lower economy, however. Loses a war banner. Does not want to stay in there and defend. Will go for a base trade instead. A base trade which I expect him to lose after that terrible start. A bit of a trade between these two. Not a big loss for one guy. He's got a good bank, good income on both power and requisition. Pink, however, can't really afford to lose too much. Yeah, one guy already starting to win the base trades. Pink did not reach his base yet. Half of the base here down, basically. And one guy will also manage to defend his own base. At home he's got the war tracks here prepared to meet the enemy infantry. Half HP down for Pink's HQ. Saves the mech, does not want to suicide. Unlike Pink.
You need something fixed. What is it? Yeah. What Yeah.
Oh boy, this looks terrible for Pink. I almost feel sorry for him. His first game in this fun best of 3 was perfect almost, we could say. The second one was somewhat okay. This one feels like he played it at 5 AM in the morning. Some terrible decisions. Feels like he's barely trying. Very good play, however, from one guy, no doubt. Played much better, deserves to win. Yeah, even managed to push Pink here from his side. GG. And one guy manages to defeat Pink in this fun best of 3 with the score 2-1. Quite a few best of 3s in today's video. So much fun. Shows a close results on units killed. Again, trying to fool us here. This was kinda one-sided, in fact. Looked terrible for Pink. Even on economy, not much of a difference, but the execution from one guy was much better compared to what Pink did. Some weird suicide moves. 3 more games to go. Again, a very long video, probably over 6 hours long. Maybe even we'll get close to 7 hours, I'm not sure how long these games will be. And finally, the first game we see on Railway. In the lower left position, one guy playing Orks once again. And in the upper position, Noob, the upper right. We will have quite a few games for this map as well, so the fun only about to begin. What's the unique elements of this map? There are very few strategic points here, only 2 strategic points, 1 relic and 2 critical locations. So you have to play on a very low economy. That means you should not lose a lot of the infantry early game, otherwise the game could end quickly after that. Try to save as much stuff as possible, don't lose it. Upgrade economy, upgrade LP2s, get critical locations, fight for them. Every penny counts in here. Noob already started to get his critical location. Oh man, I have not seen this map in ages. It actually looks fun now that I look at it again. Probably not so bad as people think. The relics have been captured by both. Noob building double generator quickly, already got the pile of guns up. Probably wants to upgrade all the LPs. Would be wise. A critical location now has been captured. Starts to take the second one. One guy only now gets out, goes towards the left critical location, builds the pile of guns also on this side. Already has 2 LP2s upgraded, 68 to 20 economy. Will decap the critical location.
What do you want?
Time for the second banner. Only 1 LP2 for now from Noob. Okay, the second one is now up. Probably upgrades this one as well. Well, LP2s on this map is a must, I'd say. Unless you play Chaos or Space Marines and want to do some weird all-in. That might also work if the enemy does not expect it. 74 to 20 economy, faster economy upgraded by one guy. He's also got 2 generators, 2 banners. Same tech basically as Noob, and here the first clash begins between the mechs. Looks like one guy's mech is about to win in here. Only for the start. And now he gonna lose if he will not get support from his boys. More HP for Noob's mech. One guy notices and sends the boys finally to help his mech. Will that be enough? Oh no. Can he finish off this big mech? Oh no. And Noob manages to save it. Very nice. A bit outplayed in here, one guy. Two squads of shoot-up boys. 2 squads of slugger boys from Noob. Oh, that was a terrible suicide move in here with the boys. Lost a squad like that. Anyways, still, he finds himself in a better position. Controls a critical locations. Has all LP2s upgraded. Oh, this is still an LP1. Alright. One guy's economy is better, however. 80 to 20. This is high economy for this map. Not bad at all. Builds already the 4th banner for 50 population cap.
What is it? Where to?
Still has place in here for the mech shop if he wants it. I think this map is good for vehicles. You don't have a lot of requisition, but you can build up 6 generators, make the power upgrade, and then start massing vehicles, which demand more power than requisition compared to infantry. You can't really play infantry mass here, although the players will try infantry mass for the start. Equal economies now. 80 to 20 for both. Noob's big mech lower on HP, one guy's big mech full on HP, one guy definitely should be able to hold this. Both of them basically with the identical units as well. Shooter boys with big shooters and slugger boys. Kill that big mech already. Noob's big mech manages to survive for too long for no reason. 2 mad dogs now brought in here by one guy. I guess that's why he needed the 4th banner. It allows you to build those mad dogs. Good decision here from one guy. He will need to keep his infantry alive for as long as possible.
I got just what you need.
Teleport to the other side. Can decap this critical location now. We'll send the mad dogs in there as well. Mostly shooter boy mass from noob. Shooter boys with big shooters, not much else. Builds the 4th banner only now, much later. 92 to 30 for one guy. I guess he's got the global upgrade for requisition. Yeah, he definitely does have it.
What is it? Yeah?
I got just what you need.
Yeah? Yeah? What? What is it? I got the good bits for this fight. The duck is in!
Noob now with 50 population cap can also get out these mad dogs, just like one guy. No need to ignore the mad dogs, very useful stuff, even without the bombs. Great support for the infantry. Mech shop placed just in the position I predicted it will be placed. He basically has space only on this side for it. Not too much action for now. Noob, however, behind on economy, so much lower, 74, 80 to 20 now, against 92 to 30.
I got the good bits for for this fight.
Noob keeps moving in and out of the base, does not find one guy on the map. Will try his luck and go towards the right now. Looks like the players having a hard time finding each other. Now one guy definitely knows and he goes towards the right critical location. He will be able to teleport over the wall with the mech right after he decaps this. War track out for one guy.
What is it? No pain, no gain. Where's the fighting? Huh? Huh? Huh?
I'm not doing anything.
Where to?
Noob does not allow one guy to get the critical location very easily, forces him to jump away. Oh, and look at that, one guy hits tier 3, now he can research the second global upgrades. Very nice.
Sod off. Still time to operate. I got the good bricks for this fight.
Yes.
More power needed, no need to underestimate the power, especially on such maps. Players mostly idling, not much to say in here, both of them taking up as fast as they can. We will see a huge fight in the end, I suppose. Still 80 to 30 economy for Noob. Does not have those global upgrades on economy yet. 86 to 30 now. Basically the same economy as one guy, only slightly lower on power income. That's because he got 2 critical locations under control. Basically replaces a global upgrade on requisition for Noob in this case.
I got the good bits for this fight.
Looks like they went to attack both at the same time. The war boss is out, one guy goes in. No more time to wait. Noob sees everything in here, all of his army. Yeah, it's a huge deal if you get the critical location on this map, especially if you get 2 of them. So you know exactly where your opponent is going. Two war tracks now. Big mech, war boss, a lot of shooter boys with big shooters and mad dogs in there. Almost the same combination from Noob, except he does not have any vehicles. Where are your vehicles, Noobs? You have much higher power income. Start the production of those killer cans already. One guy pushes in, takes down an LP2, starts the aggression first. The big mech squad received the mad dogs drinks. And ready to go in. Knobs have been produced by Nob as well. Feels like Nob is about to hold this. A very close fight though. A bit of a back and forth once again. Oh boy, one guy's war boss is actually full HP. This now looks bad for Noob. The war boss alone will also deal with Big Mech and even the Nobs from Noobs. But how do you stop the Killer Ken? That one guy should upgrade to anti-vehicle these war tracks ASAP. War adds some rocket launchers on the boys. Noob holding until the end here, loses most of his infantry. But now Killer Ken could change things. I believe the Killer Ken can even kill a war boss in close combat. And the Noob manages to hold just fine, on the edge almost, but still holds it. Much better economy now for one guy. He got the second global upgrade on requisition. No upgrade needed for power, he's got more than enough, a good bank. That's some nice income for railway, 98 to 50. Not easy to get this income. Such a map. 98 requisition income on 3 points basically, that's really rare. One guy's Big Mech and war boss in here still alive, dealing with the remainder of Noob's army as well as his Big Mech. And so one guy still pushing strong. Noob cannot hold it for too long. He's about to get defeated. The unstoppable one guy.
Where's the fighting? I'm the big boss.
Hello? Who's there?
What is it? Yeah? Orks is meant for fighting. And the duck is in! What is it? Eyes too big to be beat. Orks is the biggest and the strongest.
Gathering some more forces in here before one final attack. Well, not a bad game, quite close. For a mirror game on this map, could have been much worse. Usually the games are kinda one-sided on such maps. Not too much action here early game. Both of them tagged to tier 3 before any action began.
Nobs is better, smaller, runtier arms of big boss. Still time to operate.
Huge float now even for one guy. I guess he can even make that Squiggoth or what. Probably gathering resources for the Squiggoth. 1k to 1k. Bank. Outnumbers Noob by a big. Finally Noob gets out his war boss, but still is outnumbered. Yeah, definitely he will have enough for the Squiggoth. He might be saving for the Squiggoth. Otherwise I don't get it. Why float so much?
What can we do for you?
63 to 40. For noob, terrible in income. 97 to 50 for one guy.
No pain, no gain. Where to? What is it? The duck is in.
Yeah, he probably will finish this game with a Squiggoth. He wasted all of his bank now, getting that beast out of here. Probably the longest game I've seen so far on Railway. It never gets even to tier 2, maybe tier 2.5 max. This one gets all the way up to tier 4. Big Mech in here repairing the killer can, cheap repair.
You need something fixed. Water is the first of the fight. What are you waiting for?
Some scouting going on here from one guy on the left. Does not see any threat on this side from noob and decides to go in once again from the right side. I guess the Squiggoth will follow shortly after the boys. They made the space. I guess there's enough space for a Squiggoth to walk through.
Hold on to the pin. Throw the other part.
Gretchen's getting detected in here. Trying to bait noobs into those Gretchens or what? While he himself would attack from the right. Here comes the Squiggoth. What an unexpected a long game for this map. Never thought I'd see tier 4 units in here on Railway. Some terrible pathing the Squiggoth cannot pass, the path is too narrow. Let's see Noob's reaction to the Squiggoth. Did he see it yet? Oh yeah, he sees it now. He's probably wondering how in the world did he get it out here with this low economy. And this is a 2-0 for one guy. Or what? Completely lost track of the games, I'm getting exhausted. Very good games, however, today. I am somewhat surprised even. So many GGs. Oh boy. Not so bad when we look in here, but it was mostly one guy engaging. I guess most of his boys were dying during the engagement. Once they start fighting, Noob had like no chances. He barely held one guy's first big attack. Nice economy difference in here. Almost, yeah, 3000 more resources for one guy, considering both had the same amount of points under control for the most parts. That's quite huge. 25 minutes on railway. No, this was the first game between these two, I believe. And the second one now will follow. The rematch. Oh boy, and the rematch is played on the same map. On the same map, but a different matchup. Finally, one guy showing us some chaos. Now in the lower position, in the lower left, noob with Orks. And chaos from one guy in the upper right. Yeah, the same dark blue and black color scheme from one guy on all the factions.
Grant us the gifts of the Chaos Gods, Great One. Anything for the great powers. Whatever you desire.
Hopefully that won't be another 20 minutes of railway.
Whatever you desire.
Two cultists? No, only one squad of cultists, and that's good. You can't really afford a lot of cultists in here. It's better like that, one squad of cultists. More than enough to get the points, and one squad of Chaos Marines, which would also get 1 point before they go towards the enemy. Common thing to capture a point with the Chaos Marines, even in Soulstorm. If you build the temple under forced labor with 2 heretics, Chaos Marine squad gets out quickly and can start getting a point fast. When they get out, after that they can be sent into the fight. Big Mech is here, scouting Chaos base. Probably wanted to check the race, I assume. And one guy goes for the armory. I love his opening. An LP2 already up. Cultists got that relic, can build the LP. And now probably will be sent to take a critical location. It feels like the player at the top side probably has a an advantage. He can move faster from side to side using this path. Does not have to go all the way through the base. Also feels like he has a lot more space to build. Unlike the player on this side, if he's attacked in there, he has to surround all the way through here. Through the base, does not have a shortcut through the woods like the player on the other side. A bit imbalanced, to say the least. Easier to move from one side to another. Grenade launchers equipped to the cultists. Now that the armory is up, should have upgraded these LP2s faster also. Maybe he does it now, or maybe he goes tier 2. Orks are far away from here, took the critical location, and will now go on the other side. Slugger Boy is getting some burner equipped.
My lord,
Cross me and die.
And Noob now decides to engage. No LP2 in here, no threat for the boys. Burners dealing very high damage to buildings also. I guess it got upgraded. If you upgrade the burner, it deals a lot of damage to buildings. Most of the damage in here, however, was dealt by the mech. Only one burner. Not a big threat. Tier 2, yeah, Tier 2 was researched by Chaos. And what now? Sorcerer and Possessed squad, perhaps. Sorcerer would be great. We saw from HellFire how effective the Sorcerer is in this matchup. The previous game on Fallen City. Against Orks, not sure which Orks those were. Which players' Orks, I mean. Don't remember already. Anti-vehicle made by one guy. He probably expected fast war tracks from Noob. A lot of boys now in here should be able to deal with the Chaos infantry. Chaos badly outnumbered. One guy doesn't even want to micro a lot and save himself from the boys. $68-20 income here for one guy, 68-20 for Noob. Same economy for both players. Finally, one guy decides to move his infantry, trying to micro a bit and maybe even win the fight. And he might win it because the Chaos Lord is full HP, the big mech is below half HP. This should be doable for Chaos. It's not over yet. Now the mech gets slowed, cannot escape. Should have stopped and fought the Lord. No need to run away. More cultists getting out of that HQ and getting those grenade launchers equipped. 2 LPs lost by one guy. This one is unfinished. I guess it's unfinished. Probably was destroyed earlier.
We will serve you, and in return, grant us the power of the dark gods. I'm not doing anything.
Still LP1 on the relic here for Noob. Should have been upgraded long ago.
I see with purpose.
I guess he relied on that all-in a lot. Now Chaos cannot counterattack so easily, the work buildings should. But he could try and take down 1 or 2 banners in here. Badly positioned, not enough space. Well, at least for this banner he had enough space in here, I'm sure of that. Two games on railway in a row. This is a new map which only got released with patch 1.2 in vanilla. I guess that's the biggest update for patch 1.2. Railway map.
It is as though 1,000 miles cry out in pain.
I guess Relics were very busy with the Winter Assault expansion back when they had to deal with the balance issues and bugs. They were so busy with Winter Assault that they had to give up on balancing the multiplayer game. It took them a lot of time until they released a patch with more balance changes and bug fixes. Patch 1.3, it's still a long way from here. Banners taken down, listening post taken down. Noob attacking on the other side once again with his infantry. Looks like this will be a base trade. Can Chaos win this base trade? He manages to outrange the Ork buildings. He's got the missile launchers. I am not sure if that is winnable for Chaos. Not if the Gretchens will repair all the time. Terrible economy here for one guy. 50 to 20. 78 to 24 noob. Takes now the Chaos points under control. Well, the barrack has been destroyed. Repairing the settlement would be super expensive for noob. He might even lose it before Chaos does. Yeah, one guy most likely is gonna win this base trade. $7,500 HP for the stronghold on Chaos side. Only 3,000 here for Orks. However, one guy decided to go back. Only will leave a squad of Chaos Marines in here to deal the damage. Force noob to repair the stronghold, very expensive repair. Going back now and fighting these Orks could be a risk. At least do not allow them to destroy that Chaos Temple and the HQ. Noob jumping into the middle of the heretics here. Surrounded. Probably will lose the big mech now without jump. Oh yeah, the Chaos Lord hitting him in the back. Looks like the Mad Dog cast the ability on this squad. Yeah. It will survive for a while longer, and unexpected victory in this fight for the Chaos Infantry. At least it so looks now. Finally the big mech dies. Mad Dog's juice lasted for about 20 seconds on a 0 HP big mech, 1 HP. Noob still with 78 to 20 income. If he starts repairing the settlement, it goes down to 0. 29 to 0 for one guy. He doesn't even need requisition to win this fight. His infantry is stronger. Ork lost the big mech. Looks ugly for both. No idea who's gonna win. honestly. Well, if the orc settlement gets destroyed, it's over for orcs. They cannot afford building even the barracks again. That means no big mech. Without big mech, the boys will not be able to fight back all that chaos infantry. The Chaos Lord alone will be a big problem, and he's almost full. Noob cannot afford to lose anything, just like one guy. Both of them have to be careful. Still unclear who's gonna win this, but it's about to end very soon. Oh, look at that. I guess the orc settlement will go down and Noob might give up eventually. What a game, man. Truly amazing games today. Chaos economy a bit recovered. Now he can tank into these works with the Chaos Lords. Will even enable the rage on the aspiring champions, allowing the units to deal more damage. Most of the orcs are dying, only 2 Noob leaders left alive, and Noob quits. What a game, boy. The unstoppable one guy. 85 orcs killed, 58 heretics also died. And Noob even manages to somehow mess up this game, wins, I mean loses despite having a higher economy. And the matchup is considered orc favored. No idea where he messed up, however. Maybe the base trade was too bad. He lost so many banners, the barracks. Not a good idea to base trade when you're orc. If you start losing those banners, it's too bad, almost unrecoverable if you have low economy. One final game for today's video, Unhallowed, which is Lich. We know Lich from the previous series, versus Charlie. On Blood River in the lower left, Charlie with Orks versus Lich in the upper right. Surprisingly, a very similar color scheme to that of one guy. However, it's not the same player for sure. Another Inquisition banner, Charlie changing them from game to game. Double banner opening from Charlie, now that's rare. Usually he'd open with a generator. More of a standard opening here from Lich, banner and generator, 2 Slugger Boy squads, Wait, I guess Charlie doesn't even know his opponent's race. He looks like he's preparing for some sort of all-in. Yeah, he might not be aware of his opponent's race, the reason behind his opening. I think I start to get it why the Orc players opened with double banner so many times. In these games you actually do not know your opponent's race, you do not see it during the loading. You are never sure against what faction you're playing, so you build double banner to be able to reinforce units fast in case you get all-inned. The second, almost third minute, now Charlie starts to build a generator as well. Sends his boys into attack through the river, a very bad engagement here from Charlie. Run back for your life. Lich already with big shooters equipped on the shooter boys. 2 shooter boy squads from Lich and 2 slugger boy squads, full HP on the mech. Charlie forced to retreat. No pylo guns for Charlie, he can't even afford it. While Lich already builds up the second generator. Looks so much better for Lich for now.
Which way?
Charlie having an issue with his laptop heating up. Later on, a lot of players would start complaining about the games with Charlie being somewhat laggy. Well, not much happening for now. Pylo guns now up for Charlie, 2 generators. Same economy now. The only downside now on Charlie, he does not get a relic. Should try and get this one here.
Don't bother me. I'm working on something. Where's the fight?
What's it? What's it?
What do you want? What is it? What is it?
Third generator, fourth one up, built and finished by Charlie. Not much happening. Lich starts to mass up a lot of infantry, I see. Somewhat similar to Charlie's build. Sees his Gretchens in here, will not allow Charlie to scout easily. And more boys getting out from Charlie. He loves to mass up a lot of infantry. And now we'll send the Gretchens to scouts.
What do you want?
Decides to go in. Jumps in with a big mech. But feels like Lich outnumbers Charlie in this fight. I don't know. However, he's got rocket launchers equipped on the shooter boys, while Charlie had more big shooters. Anyways, looks like Lich might be able to hold this attack, at least, if not win it. Oh no, Charlie's squads have no bleeders, and Lich don't. Lich squads do not. Not good. With the no bleeders, Charlie's infantry manages to beat up Lich's one easily. I guess with the luck they had in the game, it was even difficult to micro in this kind of fights. Difficult for both. And so Lich losing most of his infantry. The economy dominance not so doesn't matter so much when you start losing the fights. You start spending more and more resources on recovery. 80 to 30 income for Charlie, 92 to 30 for Lich. 12 requisition ahead on income. If Charlie wants to fix that, he needs to upgrade these 2 points to LP2. And he would be good. Okay, 1 upgraded. 86 to 30 now against 92 to 30. Not bad. Lich finds the enemy Gretchen's in his base. Sneaking in there. And trains the boys once again. He lost everything before. Charlie very experienced in mirrors. More often than not, you'd find yourself betting on Charlie if it's mirror, especially.
I got the good bits for this fight. Yeah? What do you want?
3 LP1s still for a Lich. 2 LP1s, 2 LP2s upgraded. 1 in the river and the 1 on the relic. Once again, now Lich probably wants to go in and attack. Not a good idea. In the meantime, Charlie gets more upgrades for the big mech. The custom gadgets research is up and takes that relic. Economy already is higher for Charlie. Oh yeah. A bit of a float here from Lich, probably saving for the mech shop. Why the tank busters? Why the rocket launchers on the shooter boys Lich? Afraid of war tracks, I bet.
Where's the fighting?
Charlie was known for his love towards vehicles, however, lately in the games we saw on Charlie, he mostly massed infantry. And added vehicles much later. Yeah, look at this mass. Looks lovely. All the squads with no bleeders. And big shooters, except for the slugger boys. Shooter boy squads, 4 squads of shooter boys equipped with big shooters. Again, players cannot find each other. Looks like Charlie found Lich's big mech squad. They will have to jump away, outnumbered in there. Lich now using the same tactic as Charlie used before. Sees that he builds the mech shop here, scouted with the Gretchens. This is what he sees in here. Charlie does not know yet that Lich also builds the mech shop. Will not be prepared with anti-vehicle. He can still equip a rocket launcher, and now he does equip them to the Slugger boys. The mech shop is right there.
Yeah? Green is best. What is it?
Banner upgraded, good upgrade, mandatory upgrades. Will defend both, actually all these buildings. Lich trying to avoid fights with Charlie. After the first bad fights, does not feel confident. Will sit back. 80 to 30 economy for Lich, 105 to 50 for Charlie. Got so much better, and now Charlie starts producing these war tracks. 3 of them out already, and the Lich sees that. Four war tracks, and now Charlie will attack from 2 sides by the look of it, with the war tracks from the top right. Should have sent also this infantry into attack now. Lich manages to hit tier 3 somehow, whoa. And Charlie probably not prepared for that. He's got the numbers still. I believe his army is much bigger. Looks bigger, also got vehicles, while Lich does not have a single vehicle out yet. Mostly infantry, probably producing that war boss now. Not much being done, more of a turtling gaming so far. Well, army size, now that I look at it, it looks about the same, just Lich's squads are more split around the map. The war boss finally out. In terms of infantry, it's about the same size, I guess. However, there are no vehicles from Lich. And there is no war boss from Charlie, still tier 2. And now tier 3 finally. Charlie probably knows he's ahead, he's got a huge bank, can get the knobs out, even the war boss. Has a good amount of resources also to reinforce the boys if need be. I don't really like what Lich is doing, however, sitting in the base, doing nothing. Even if he lost his relic, not even trying to get it back. Economy is not so good, 96 to 30 for Lich, 123 to 66 for Charlie.
Please, no more kissing.
Knobs out now for Lich. Attaches the big mech to the knobs. Finally, we also see that. A very common thing in Soulstorm, not so common in vanilla. Attaching the war boss and mech to the knobs. Bunch of boys in here. Charlie building war banners, fortifying the position on the relic. He's got also the custom blaster for the big mech. Loses a banner here from the shooter boy with rocket launcher. War tracks won't be able to hold against this huge mass of infantry from Lich. Charlie better go back home and defend. Not another base trade, please. Looks like we're gonna see another base trade. And the Lich is losing it. Mech shop already down. No vehicles from Lich this game. Charlie being too slow with the reaction, come on, man. War banners in here down, 2 war banners, LP2. Even pile of guns probably was placed in there. Charlie already wants to rebuild the mech shop, even if this one is not down yet. He knows he will lose it. The game probably was lagging heavily. Both players somewhat slow. It's more slow from Charlie, I'd say, for now. He's either being very careful in there or very slow. One of two. And looks like Lich is gonna lose the base trades. Charlie rebuilding in the upper left, close to the relic. Lich cannot do that yet. He's only got the stronghold from the production buildings. It's sad we did not see these armies clash against each other. Would have been great. Once again, Charlie stops. Instead of going in, destroying the work base faster, Lich's base, he sits and idles with his infantry. Finally gets closer now, goes in. Don't be shy, Charlie. Lich also rebuilding now in here, has the boy's hut. He's not out yet. Both settlements down. Mech shop left for Charlie, must defend it. I believe if these two armies is to fight each other, Charlie's army would win. The custom blaster alone on the big mech would be devastating for enemy infantry. Now go back and defend and maybe fight Lich, come on. Don't be scared. You can do it. Yeah, much bigger army size for Charlie, more upgrades. 41 to 0 income on Lich, 57 to 15 for Charlie, even better economy. And he will try to recover. Yeah, even the war boss for an unhallowed for Lich, almost dying in there. I guess they had to avoid fighting each other in this game because of the lags. We can't know for sure. Anyways, it looked bad for Lich all game long. He was turtling in the base mostly with a lower economy, worse map control. Charlie would have won either way, be it base trade or a direct fight between their infantry. Lich also looking for Charlie's buildings. Will he really win? Will he manage to take down the mech shop? Probably not. Charlie is distracted by the chat, oh boy. But no, this mech shop will not go down today, it seems. Furthermore, you have to also take down the banners. Not just the mech shop. And so Charlie wins, Lich gives up, not very happy with this game. Complained a lot about the lags. Charlie probably more used to the lags, since they were caused by his laptop. And in Dawn of War we have synchronized frames in GameSpy. It's different in Steam. On GameSpy it was peer-to-peer connection, the frames would get synchronized. If someone lags, you have to wait for them. Sometimes the experience was terrible. So, almost 7 hours for part 10, not bad. Let me know what do you guys think about these long videos. I think I will make a break, maybe a week, until the next part 11. Around a week, I guess, of a break. A lot of vanilla content and a lot more to come. A close result here when units killed, because they avoided killing each other. Charlie's economy far ahead, as well as tech. Alright boys, that's it for today. Thank you all for watching this video, especially those who watched all of it on normal speeds. I know it's a lot. I hope you have fun with these games as much as I do. Again, leave your feedback below the video. Hit that like or dislike button, subscribe if you are new and if you enjoy what I'm doing. Click that bell to receive the notifications almost. And also subscribe to my main channel, where I also stream almost every week now. For today that's it. Thank you all once again for watching and see you next time.